Live and direct. Live and direct. Yeah, we here.
Yeah, son.
Yo, what you telling me, my guy?
Yeah, it's Friday. You know what I'm saying? Man's not going to work until Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we lit
Okay.
out here.
Okay, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Sound like you got
What
the
you
energy over
telling
that
me?
side of it. Nah,
Huh?
good, broski. Good, man. Day, as you said, it's Friday. We here.
Uh,
You know what I mean? It's episode 104 of this motherfucker. Do you get what I mean, man? I'm feeling good. You know what I mean? And we here, broski. We here. Yeah, me. Gonna talk up
man,
the things and that.
get me. And what's the week been saying?
You know what? It's been alright, broski. Like, obviously, man's been like the work and that. It's been one of those weeks where it goes quick, but it drags at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
looking back at the week now, it's Friday. It's like, rah, the week went really quick.
Right, this a Monday just before him.
But then at certain points, I remember it was just like, bloody hell, this is going forever in it, like type shit. But nah, it's been good, bro. You know what I mean? Been recording a couple things and that bit of studio work, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, man. We outside. We outside. But let me intro this shit before you get into your shit, because I know you're ready in it. Like I can hear the energy. Do you get what I mean? So people, here we are again. Episode 104 of the OnlyMans podcast. Yeah? Make some noise for that.
Living.
Smell me. I am here with the man himself, the greatest, the Rose Garden head honcho. Make some noise for Secret Life of Will in this your thing, yeah, dog.
Chill.
Yeah, we have myself.
I might start floating off him.
Like a helium balloon, yeah?
You get me? Gassing man, fam.
Bro. Nah, you gotta be gas, fam. You the goat, fam. You know what I mean? We gotta gas you, fam. Do you get me? And of course, you know what I mean? We have myself, Drizzy Francis, YM, we Young Messiah, Lord Smoke, Lord Poseidon, young boy from the Grange, whatever you want to call him, yeah? Whatever you want to call him.
This generation, I'll come from. That's why I'm mistaken. Yeah.
And this one here, this is episode 104 of the OnlyMans podcast. That means that this is the 2-year episodic mark here, the 2-year one, man.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, me. Man said, oh, yeah.
Oh, bruh, man, I didn't even guess a gift, fam.
This is the gift, bro. This is the gift,
cool.
you know
Let
what I
me
mean?
just the fridge real quick and crack on one gift, fam. Oh, yeah, we got Rachel in the building also. You know what I'm saying?
How we got Rachel in the building, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Happy to be celebrating.
Yeah.
All of that, you know what I mean? And we here, man. We
building, fam.
Yeah, there's definitely been stuff to talk about. So
in the building, fam.
Who's that? Sorry, who's that?
Tequila.
I thought you actually said soap. Make some noise for tequila, though. Make some noise for tequila, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, tequila can get a shout out, bro. You know what I mean? But my guy, Will, if you'll do me the honors and mute up so we can intro this thing properly on the 2-year episode.
That shit like a motherfucker.
Okay.
Yeah. Woo. Hey, shout out to Secret Life of Will, Dreams OnlyMans podcast. Yeah. OnlyMans podcast, man, this shit for real. Woo. Hey, man, this shit for real. OnlyMans podcast, say that shit for real. For real. Man, this shit too real. OnlyMans podcast, talking about some mad shit. Ain't nobody playing around. These niggas like Marilyn Manson. Damn, man, my diamonds be dancing. Talking about investments, romance, man shit, yeah, man shit, yeah. None of that, he say bullshit, whoa, man shit, yeah, man shit, yeah, hey, real man in demand, bitch, hey, only man.
Yeah. And it's episode 104 of the OnlyMans podcast. Make sure you go to the YouTube page, subscribe to all of that, follow myself, follow Will on the stereo app. All of that.
You bad. You already here.
Yo, you know what I find myself doing every so often, bro? I'll just be like walking around the yard or going somewhere certain and just be like, Only Man podcast talking about some man shit.
Man.
That shit slap,
From
bro.
time to time, innit? That shit just like
trust me.
across the mind, like, hey,
Yeah,
that
trust me.
shit awesome.
Nah, shit goes, man. It goes. Will, how has your week been, bro?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Say again, sir.
Rachel say, yeah, that shit goes, fam.
It slaps, right?
Yeah, that's that shit. That's that shit that when I'm driving to work tomorrow morning, it's just gonna come in my head, and I will not forget it until
Trust me, man. Yeah, now we got
do regular shit around the house, like cleaning the dishes, being like,
you go message me like, yo, send me that track so I can listen to it, and then I'm be like, I actually don't have it. Wait, Driz, send me that.
Did I send it to you? I sent it to you, bro.
You did.
I did.
And he still would have asked if you still would have asked.
Yeah, I still would have asked him. Still.
And he's still going to, when you next ask him for it, he's still gonna ask me for it, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I'm asking them.
yeah, because you were supposed to try and like clean it up a little bit, innit?
Yeah.
We'll try and get that up over.
Damn.
We'll sort it out, bro. It slaps. As long as it still slaps, bro. You know what I mean? Listen, Rachel just heard it for the first time, and she like, yeah, that shit go, fam. It goes, innit? Like,
I'm gonna get to that.
Even my girl in the crib sometimes when I like be setting up for the pod, and I'll play that shit, and then tunes I hear her singing that shit. I'm like, yeah, that goes. Innit?
It's that shit that gets stuck in your head. It's in your head.
Nah, shout out to the OM supporters and that, you know what I mean? We've had people add to the show and that, you get me?
We'll have to find one still. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, once we put the shit up for stream and you come asking for your money and shit, you know? I'm sure he'll find us then. Bro.
You'll find us.
Trust me. You'll find the receptionist dog like, yeah, you gotta speak to the legal team, you know what I mean? Will, where would you like to start this week? There's been a lot going on this week. Where would you like to start? Or even Rachel, where would any of you guys like to start this week?
Okay, can I just you know what? Yeah, no.
Just on a positive note.
That's better. Yeah,
completely random on a positive note. It is Happy National Let It Go Day. So this is the day to let go of all like that negative shit and push that away. Yeah, that is today. So Happy National Let It Go Day.
There you go. Let it go.
Like that.
For weeks, but today the actual day.
It is. Let that negative shit go.
I didn't even know there was a let it go day, you know what I mean? I just be harboring all my shit. Nah, I'm joking.
You learn something new every day, you know how it goes.
For real. So there you go. Just let it go, innit? Like, if there's ever a day to do it, today is to do it. You know what I mean? So
who said the shit? Woosah. Martin Lawrence. Woosah. Chill out. Let it go, fam.
So, it's in one of them, innit? It's in one of those films.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But, alright. Let's just...
It's very random, innit?
Nah, it's good. It's good information to have. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's good because I would have never have known that was a thing if you didn't say that. Like,
make a vocal note of the day, please. It's the 23rd of June.
23rd of June.
23. Yeah.
National Let It Go Day. You know what I mean?
National Let It Go Day. Okay.
Speaking of letting it go,
Right.
this submarine, this submersive.
Why? What does that have anything to do with letting go? Nah, because he made a mad turn there. He knows.
Yo, man.
I'm just saying,
Don't reveal the secrets, man. Just let me go with it.
If you really wanted to just like go and like have no one question, you know, like just be like, do you know what, fuck this life, I'm gonna do what I want to do and go somewhere. That's a sick way to pay for it if you can afford that
like
shit.
to go do deep sea.
No, as in like to be like, do you know what, fuck this, like this society, I'm gonna fuck off and do my own thing. You know, like when people just like go under the radar and then go live. You know what I mean? If you're gonna do it, I'd do it like that.
Oh, conspiracy theory unpacking right now. Dress from what I'm understanding of these man, I peep this year. I'm a guy here.
That's why everyone's very
I'm like a billionaire or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I just made a deal with some mad company that's doing some crazy AI shit. And I'm basically going to be like a fucking majority owner of that shit, fam. So,
right.
For me to just continue reaping the rewards of this shit and just make it look like I disappeared, fam. I'm going to take me and my son and a couple of my brethrens. We're going to go under the waters and then, they're going to find pieces of the shit. But we're going to be all right, though. Don't worry about it. A couple days later, they'll find a couple of this piece, a couple of that piece. But, like, we'll be somewhere, like, on an island doing our thing, fam.
Listen,
you not have knowledge to track that?
These people are like billionaires, millionaires, whatever, and that. And have you seen this thing that they were supposed to be in? Like, have you seen the shit?
Listen.
Like, listen, I know a couple niggas that are up maybe couple tens of thousands, and they first class everything, bro. Like, they live bougie in it. There's no way a billionaire. Do you know the actual trip? And again, this is all cock sauces and it's all news and shit. But like, the actual descent that they were supposed to take them 8 hours. It's 4,000 miles into the water. So I did some quick maths to try and just like
hours.
That was how long it should have taken them to get to where they were trying to get to. The shit is 4,000 miles down into the water.
Wait. Let me just try and get my head around this math.
No, I figured it out, bro. I've got you already, fam. I figured it out. Do you know what 4,000 miles is? 4,000 miles is from the UK to Antigua in the Caribbean. That's technically 4,024 miles.
Yeah.
That's how far down they were in the water, bro. They were from here.
It's a fucking long way away from. Huh?
But listen, I'm with the conspiracy shit though, fam. I'm with that because it's just there's no redeeming quality. Like there's nothing that makes me think to myself, if you billies up, you're gonna do this. Because respectfully, all they were supposed to do was go down there, look at the shit, and not even look through the window because it's pitch black at the bottom of the sea. Like, they just gonna be looking on the screen, look at the shit, and then go back. Respectfully, you can go onto YouTube and do that. If I go on YouTube right now and type in Titanic wreck, I'm gonna get these different angles and the this and all this sort of bullshit, right? So I am definitely with the thought of like, if there's some motherfuckers that just want to get the fuck away from here, like out of this society, out of this shit. Because again, even when you start thinking about laws and legal shit, like, you can't get charged with a crime if you're dead. Or at least if you're legally dead. Do you get what I mean? Like, there's a lot of implications behind it.
Wait, another different dot just connected. What if it's a geezer that's like, he's so intertwined with the Jepstein thing that like...
Jepstein.
Man's God just discreetly, you know what I'm saying, fade into the bush on the Homer Simpsons thing, fam.
Nah, legit, fam, because It doesn't
before
make
this
any other logical sense. You get what I mean? Like, there's nothing
because people look at
else
the
that makes
timing.
sense.
Fucking Trump is up on charges right now, isn't it?
Trump's
Right
up on
now.
charges. Joe Biden is supposed to be getting what's the thing? Not impeached. What's the other one where it's like a vote of no confidence? I can't remember the term for it. But there's some shit going on with Joe Biden right now where they're like, yeah, get this motherfucker out of here, innit? Like he keep falling
Right.
over and falling asleep and shit.
Yo,
Fucking
yo.
the mortgage
Say,
prices
that
are at an
shit
all-time high
feels
now. Like the
you
mortgage prices have hit
see,
record highs now. Like there's a lot of shit going on, bro. There's a
yeah,
lot of
yeah,
shit going
yeah, yeah. Oh, that's the thing that I was about to talk about. To be honest,
on.
like the Bank of England being like, oh yeah, we're just going to put it up another 0.5% type shit. But
Which
it's
is
like,
good,
yeah,
bro. Which is good.
these jumps. Okay, think about it like this year. We started off the year near enough for like maybe like 1%.
Mm.
We're 6 months deep,
Not even a year,
4%.
bro. It's
6
mad,
months
innit?
deep, and it's 4% up from, right? And it's only projected to go up from. These men
Yeah.
talking about, oh, yeah, by the time we hit 2025, it'll be like 3.5% again. How? How, Sway? How?
Because once it goes up past a certain point, not that it can't come down, but it's going to take a lot of shit for it to start to decline once it's
Well,
gone past a certain point.
I'll put it like this. In 2008, yeah, this same kind of type shit was happening and it burst, yeah. The saving grace that they had was that they could put the interest rates back to zero, fam. Yeah.
Mhm.
And that kind of like made everything like keep kind of going because then man came to like borrow peas and blah, 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 that shit. Yeah. All that. But this time, they can do all that to zero shit, fam. The shit ain't gonna save this shit, fam. This time.
Yeah. And
Like,
because they did all that
it's
like
like,
bailout
it's
shit
like,
before,
yo,
innit?
yeah, Hercules could like stop a rock. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, he could slap that shit out of the air, fam. Yeah, he could slap like a bigger rock, fam. Yeah, boom, slap that out of the air, fam. He could slap a boulder out of the get that shit the fuck out of here, fam. Yeah, he could crash through a mountain, fam. But like, can't do that to a whole planet, fam. He can't just be like, oh, a planet's coming, yeah, let me just jump and crush that, fam. He got limits, fam.
Yeah.
This what that shit is now, fam. This shit in like economic terms is like a planet is heading towards our shit. It's about to hit our shit, and we about to be fucked up.
And we try to take cover. You know what I mean? And we try to take cover under bushes.
As soon as one motherfucker fucked up off the shit, fam, you know how the shit all connected, fam. It's like the body, fam. You know what I'm saying? If you knock your shin on the side of the coffee table or whatever, yeah, everybody hurt, fam. It's not like, oh yeah, the shin just hurt by itself, bro. It's like boom, and everybody's like, yo, fam, shin just fucking knocked into everybody's hurt, fam.
Listen, man.
Even the hair's like, yo, what's going on down there, you man? What? Oh shit, shin here is shit. God damn.
I definitely think we're gonna start in the next like few months and years and shit. Like we're gonna start seeing a lot of rich people, like quote unquote, die through mysterious shit where they don't find a body, and we just gonna start seeing people just like be out of here. You know what I mean? Like, because I think again, some of these man like they know what time it is. They, you know what I mean? They connected and they're like, yeah, this is all gonna go to shit really soon. So when all of that shit comes and you know what I mean, these motherfuckers kill each other and it's Mad Max and all that sort of shit, we gonna go over here where like it's cool in it. Like we gonna listen. Epstein done warm the place up for them. You know what I mean? He's got the economy banging out there. You know what I mean? He set up a couple clubs and shit. You know what I mean? Him, Tupac, all them's out there jamming and shit. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I just think that we're gonna start to see like rich people just disappear without a trace type shit. And the news gonna be like, oh yeah, they dead. Oh, it's mad. But we didn't find the body because motherfucking he was climbing Mount Everest and we never found him. Like it's gonna be shit like that. You know what I mean?
There was a singer, I think like in the late 90s, early 2000s. I think she is like a pop music singer or something like that. I forget her name, but it was like basically something was happening at her house and she had called the police and shit. And you know what I'm saying? Like there was some shit happening at her house and then
like a party or like what do you mean?
You know, like there was like some people broke in or something and then like set a fire. Some mad shit. Obviously she had called the police and shit. The police all got there and shit. But then coincidentally the fucking news people heard about like, oh yeah, she like is in some kind of situation at her house and shit. So like, yeah, we just like keeping them play by play and we're going to tell you what's happening. Yeah, boom, something in the house blow up and boom. So like now the police just boom, run inside, boom, boom, right? It's a couple good minutes, maybe like good 4, 5, 6 minutes, just like nothing. And like you just start seeing police like bringing out. Yeah, there was like 2 people that were alive. They brought them out. Yeah, quickly rushed them out. But then they also brought like a body in a bag, right?
Mm-hmm.
They pushed the trolley all the way to the ambulance, yeah. And then for some reason, they opened the bag, yeah. The person inside sits up and put their hands in the air like, yo, yeah, I'm calm, fam. And that's the person that they said it was that singer. And then quickly pushed her into the ambulance. The ambulance drove away and shit. And then it's like, wow, yeah, looked like they were alive. And then like a couple hours later, it's like, yeah. So basically, yeah, he died.
Yeah, man.
Do you know what singer it was?
Goddamn. I think I saved the video somewhere. I have to look for that shit.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That because like, it's like there's a lot of weird like conspiracy stuff like that.
There's a guy called Jay Marvelous.
Right.
I don't know if you ever heard of him.
It sounds familiar, but
he talks a lot about like shit that happens in the industry. If you know, like the behind the scenes shit.
Oh, we all know that's
like,
industry though.
And he works in like I think he works at like Warner Brothers or something like that.
Currently,
and like I guess you know a lot of shit. So
he not maybe today, but like he's a recent worker at Warner.
Not recent.
Oh, I was gonna say if he worked there and he's just giving it up like that, they're gonna chop that boy head off. Like I was gonna say him.
But nah, not recent, and I don't even think that he's seen that much because, like, obviously he's seen what he saw, but then it's like obviously it's a deeper game from. There's more iller shit than you know what I mean than what you would have seen at the office. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Iller shit than what you'd have seen at the office, fam. If you saw ill shit in the office running, fam, it's like that's you know what I mean. Yeah,
there's a lot of like that, man. Because people say that about Ye recently as well. Like again, TikTok, the land of conspiracy theories and shit. But like, there's this whole thing, and they're basically saying because one of his last kind of public, not speeches, but I guess he was like talking to people and shit in it. But he basically was like, "Yo, if I ever go away, if I ever disappeared and come back, that's not me, dog. Like I'm not going anywhere in it. Like I'm never just gonna disappear. Like I'll be about." And then he went away. It came back, and now there's this dude with the weird haircut and the shoulder pads walking around with the bitch that looked like Pete Davidson. You know what I mean? Have you seen this girl, by the way? Bro, Google a picture. Google a picture, bro. Google a picture of his girl right now and tell me she
Who
don't
the
look
fuck is
exactly like
that?
Pete Davidson. You lot got
Nah,
like,
bro.
if you
Who
lot
is
got
that? Who is that?
listen. Listen, if you lot have the internet to be able to search, just search his wife, bro. Search a picture of his wife and tell me she don't look exactly like Pete Davidson, bro.
Bro,
Like,
listen, who that bitch, fam? Where the fuck she come from, fam?
who is she and where did she come from, bro? Like, yeah, legit.
Who's fuck introduce her, fam? How the fuck she get in the picture, fam? How come she's fucking what?
MK Ultra handlers, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it's a deeper game in it. It's a
Game
deeper
business.
thing. You know what I mean? It's a deeper thing, bro. Like, and yeah, I think there's a lot of shit going on right now. I think like there's a lot of public facing things happening, but there's even more things happening like behind the scenes. Do you get me? Because again, just to go back to this submarine thing quicker, and you know what I mean, not to sound insensitive or nothing like that, but it's just there's nothing in my head that can make this thing make sense, because the dude whose company it was that had this fucking large Fanta can that they went into the ocean with, like, bruh, the shit looked like, you know, the pencil cases we used to get for school back in the day, fam, with the zip at the top. The shit was like that, fam.
With the little tiny window, fam. So like
Yeah,
all
bro.
five man got to take turns and rotate so they can look at the view underneath the sea,
Bro,
fam.
the toilet in there apparently is just like this little steel pan, like the ones you get in hospitals and shit. And there's just like this little curtain you can pull, bro. Do you get what I mean? And like a nigga that like to shit the way that I like to shit, bro, like I can't live like that. Do you get what I mean? Like I need to take good, healthy, like you know what I mean? The dumps. But it's like the guy whose company it was supposed to be, apparently people have been telling homie for years, brother, these things that you sending into the water is not safe, dog. Like you, because he's not part of no like official underwater shit. He's just the guy who built these things. Like he's just the guy in it. Like he hasn't got no like license. He's just a guy that built these things and charged people a quarter ticket to get on it. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, if you billies up, right?
But the thing is though, if you're a billionaire and you're used to a lifestyle that a billionaire could afford, surely you wouldn't be so blasé about doing that. Like that's what,
because you get the best guys that can do the best.
And that's the thing. Like there are people who have already gone into the water and like explored the shit. That's how they film that shit for the Titanic film. Like there's official people that have gone and done the shit. Surely if you're a billionaire, you're gonna link up with them in it. You're not gonna link up with fucking Randy's underwater adventure park with the sign that he's made himself at home and that, you know what I mean? like a lemonade stand or something, like just some guy who's like, yeah, I just built this like submarine thing in it. Like, yeah, man, just made it, blood. Like,
that's mad, fam. That's not running, fam. But hey,
but
man,
Will, if you need to disappear, yeah, if you need to disappear and have the world think that you've disappeared, bro, like it's a smart play. And again, this is all conjecture in it. This is all conjecture, but it's a smart play, fam. Like it's like, yo, I need an alibi. I need an alibi to say that man's not here no more. So, we're gonna get in this thing, blood. We're gonna get in this thing, and then the world is gonna be like, oh shit, this thing's sunk and and it's so deep we can't get it, and whatever. It's just like, in terms of an alibi, it's perfect, isn't it? Because you out now with it, you know what I mean? Like you're gone now. Do you get what I mean? Them man are on their way to Mars right now, fam, to go live it up with all the Martian bitches, isn't it?
Shut up, Francis. That's what I just said. That's on their way to Mars. Elon just like co-piloting the thing from like Earth. So 100%, exactly what I said. They're on their way to Mars right now.
Yeah, they're on there right now, fam. They're going to King of Diamonds on Mars, you know what I mean? They're gonna throw their Mars money in the air and shit. They're about to live it, fam. You know what I mean? Because they escaped Earth, bro. They escaped the prison that is Earth.
Okay. I have to just quickly interject real quick. I have to interject real quick because, to be honest, the people that have been feeding me this conspiracy information, because I was just like, yeah, them dumbass millionaires, fuck is they doing, dog? Why are they out here in the middle of the goddamn ocean at the deepest bit where the deepest shit can go? And y'all just like there chilling. Why you pay $250,000 to do that shit, fam? Shit sounds stupid to me, fam. I ain't even paid that shit no attention, fam. It's like,
Bro.
hey, some shit.
Yo, you could not pay me a quarter ticket to go 4,000 miles into the water, blood. Like when they said that on the news, my first thought was, why the fuck is there 4,000 miles of water just down, bro? Like that don't even seem right, fam.
That's a question. Hold on a second. 4,000 miles down.
My nigga, 4,000 miles is the UK to Antigua. The length between those two places is 4,000 miles, bro. They saying them niggas are supposed to go down that much in water, fam. They were supposed to go here to Antigua down in the water, bro.
Down in the water, fam. So the same distance it would take from here to Antigua, down in the water.
Down into the water, bro.
But this is what I was going to say, fam. We've opened up this conversation, but the opener of the conversation is standing here with me.
Wait, say that again, bro. You cut out a little bit. Say that again.
I said the opener of this conversation that we're having right now is standing here with me. I think it behooves us to let him express this idea because he's the one that's got this full idea in his head.
Okay.
I just have pictures.
Okay.
Hmm?
The suspense.
Yeah, we can get to that, but like, yeah, nah, please. Okay, fine. I'll say it like this. I'm standing here with an OG member.
Okay.
And he has something to input, and I would like for him to input his input.
Well, as long as somebody input something, bro, you know what I mean? Pause as well, Jesus.
It's chief, fam.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Driz, let me back in, fam.
The prodigal son. The prodigal son.
Well, let me back in. Well, let me. You want my foot, bro? Do you want my foot of the whole?
Yeah,
you want to keep that?
Yeah. Listen, I've got the ball right now. Yeah, I'm passing it to Carlos right now, fam. Boom.
This is like in like those sports films where like the person's like sat in the crowd and then the star player gets injured or something and they're like, oh no, they don't have any substitute lefts, and the guy says up like, I'll play, and the coach is like, you should play. Like, and the guy comes down and scores like 12 hat-tricks and shit.
Listen, don't forget who started this whole shit, fam.
Hey, talk your shit, bro.
Who started this whole shit, Driz?
I know that. I didn't know.
We started this shit together.
It wasn't me who started this, to be fair.
Yeah.
I started talking to Will about doing a podcast ages ago, yeah? And then Drizzy turned round to both of us and was like, oh, we should do a podcast. And we started. So like, to be fair, yeah, alright. But yeah, fuck all that, bro. Yeah.
The submarine.
I think it's good. I think the thing is, is that I think people don't actually manage to look into things from an open-minded point of view very much, innit? So to hear it from people, like, yeah, so regardless of who started, you guys have managed to start something that's real good, you know, and it can only snowball into something better.
No, but you know what it is, right? Like, honestly, yeah, because I did what I did. I fucked up and I left.
Wait, but we're supposed to be talking about the submarine. We can get to that part.
Listen, we all know that we all know that they're on their way to Mars.
These men have carried this shit on for a long time, fam. A long time.
What the submarine?
Oh, yeah. No, this submarine shit. Right, this submarine shit. So what? So yeah. So.
Listen, definitely. It don't make sense. Just make it make sense. That's all I'm saying.
Nobody's doing that.
Make it make sense. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
That's all I ask. The thing is, if you have, like I say, if you have that much money, you're not going to be cautious and shit. You're going to have people who are paid so much to look into everything for you.
Anything that can go wrong.
Your life is worth billion. You can actually put a value on your life.
Yeah.
You get me? Like when you're at that point, surely
it's like,
these calculations will not be missed.
Why would I, like as Driss said,
it makes no sense.
Why would I dive into the ocean in a Fanta can?
Unless they
like
were just they were just that they've done that much in their life that they wanted something new.
His son was 19. He ain't did shit. He just got hit yesterday.
I like to look, I know that, they say you got to be in the present and look at things from an open-minded point of view where you don't bring in any sort of ideas, just let it, but it's not flowing.
You see? Because it's like every turn that you turn, it's like, but then.
I'm going to be honest with you lot here, in the simplest way possible. To me, there's no way that the people with that kind of net worth, like with when you talk about assets, you talk about just influence, just shit. You don't get into a can and go 4,000 miles into the water. That just doesn't happen. Do you get what I mean?
I've got one. I've got a question for all of you guys here. I've been a multi-billionaire for the last 2 decades, fam. I've done everything that there is to do, exciting, boring, fucking, almost dead, but yeah, we still here, fam. I've done all that shit, fam. And then I'm like, you know what will be actually mad, fam? To be in a situation that's kind of safe, but actually is mad, fam. Okay. I did all that. The bikes I did, I did all that.
But there are so many alternatives, though. There are so many other ways that you can do that. You can go skydiving, you can go bungee jumping, you can go and fucking...
I think to myself, what's the most dangerous environment that I could be in? Oh yeah, the water, fam. Oh, interesting. What if I go into the water, in a thing that's kind of safe, but then it's not really, because it's a bit like,
jumping on a weird course.
No, it's a bit like the asphyxia, the suffocating, all that shit. It's a bit like that. It's like, how close can I get, so I can hit that before, do you know what I mean? The shit happens. But then this time, it just fucked up. And then the shit happened.
But here's the thing, we generally, just like a lot of this shit, just like a lot of this shit, we generally don't know what actually happened until we know what's gone behind. We don't know.
But we'll never know anyway.
Exactly, we'll never know.
This whole shit could be bullshit.
Exactly.
We will never know.
That's the thing. You can think of so many different
unless you know them, you might have bumped into them or something.
But you would have signed something anyway, or you would be in that group that you wouldn't.
Wait, you saying you signed an NDA with you know them, man?
Well, surely they'll get you to do that. Surely.
Oh, yeah.
They'll
definitely make you do
that. In it, what's it, the Kardashians, apparently you got to sign waivers just to walk inside. Their mum got it on lock for that shit.
Y'all know how I feel about the Kardashians. Y'all know how I feel. They people still, they just human beings still, but
Yeah.
Y'all know how I feel about that, man. Listen, don't start me with that.
All of them. Judge.
Cause hey, listen, we'll just left that
With
one.
the whole thing, with the whole thing, I just think it's a very not convenient. Convenient's not the right word, but in terms, again, I go back to the word alibi. In terms of just an alibi, it's bulletproof. Do you get what I mean? Like, motherfuckers burn down their own houses and all sorts of shit for insurance scams. You know what I mean? Like,
no one's gonna go down.
No, exactly. Like, who's gonna be able to find the evidence to contradict that? No one. Like, no one whatsoever.
Yeah, the evidence is they found pieces of the thing that they were in.
And you see, even with that, which is mad, they was running out of oxygen allegedly. Like, they've got these spare oxygen tanks. Cool. They're counting this shit down in the news, counting it down. The countdown goes. Oh shit, the countdown's done. Breaking news. Oh yo, we found some pieces of the shit in it. And it's like, really? Y'all found this just as the oxygen countdown thing finished? Like, really? Like, that's what's the guy that directed the film, man? James Cameron? By the way, James Cameron has been clout chasing his own film since this happened. It's really mad. Like, he's been going crazy. Like, he's literally clout chasing his own movie. Like, he's trying to involve himself in the story. And it's like, my nigga, like, it's Titanic, bro. Like, you did it already. Like, relax. But he basically said that people were actually told that this thing had been imploded from time. He was like, yeah, man found that out like last Monday that this shit imploded. And it's like, all right, so they even knew that it imploded, but just allowed people to believe that they sank and did this whole thing for media press, which already shows you that they're willing to lie. Because that's the thing they're saying now, innit? They're saying that this thing actually imploded an hour and a half into its journey. Like, it didn't even make it the full descent. Do you get what I mean?
Like the same thing.
The submersive thing in it. Because obviously the story before was that it's sunk and it's gone missing and they can't find it and and we're gonna send these things to go look for it because we don't know where it is and But now they saying, like roughly about an hour and a half into the descent, the pressure and all that, like, it imploded. So it's like, all right, so you lot knew this shit imploded, which means that you willingly deceived the public with the story you were telling. And once you see that they're willing to deceive the public with the story that they're telling, then all of it is open for discussion. Do you get what I mean?
Acting like this the first time. Do you remember COVID?
No, imagine next year there's a documentary about the search for these people.
You saying that
on Netflix? Billions.
Listen, there's one of the ladies at work was like, I bet you there's gonna be a movie about this whole thing of like them exploring the Titanic, right? And it'll be James Cameron that directed it.
Watch all this unfold.
Wait, until 2025, and they're gonna be an
Are you saying that the submarine sinking was the beginning part of the rollout, fellas? They dropping an album next year. This is the start of the rollout.
Yes, before they come out. That's what's happening.
But imagine how much you'll get money-wise from a Netflix documentary, from the Titanic movies coming out, like all these things that are related.
But then this becomes a cultural event, a thing that happened sometime that shook culture.
We all saw happen in it. Like, that's the
movie comes out. Do you know how many people just want to know what happened, fam? And then the movie comes out and it's easy and his son and shit. And they listen, man, that shit.
You know, that's called a cultural paradigm shift.
That's what they're doing right now. It's called predictive programming. Amen. Predictive programming. That's what's happening right now, fam. Because that movie gonna come out. Oh yeah, no, this is not. It's not. It's not. Yeah, no.
I'd love if this actually happened.
There was movies talking about COVID.
Next year, you'll be saying on the exact year anniversary. When we were having this conversation,
we were having the LSD experiments in the 30s at the latest. But I think earlier, personally, I think. But as soon as that 19th century hit, or the 20th, but as that hit them,
it was the dollars from. It's live, fam. Yeah, the test is live, fam. They've already done it, the chemical experiments. No, the chemical experiments is something else, fam. Yeah, I'm talking about
what then?
so it's heavy tablets. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, but it's like, the chemical thing, that's a different thing. They doing that, fam. They've been so we know they've been doing that. But like the subliminal thing that they do with the machines, like the phone, the fucking the TV, the laptop, the fucking iPad, the fucking tab, all the shit, fam. It's like, that's how they gain control of the individual. Because before, when it was TV, it's the masses. I can't track you. I can only see that, you've logged into this station at this time.
Well, we just had that alarm on our phone, right? Didn't we? They connected to it.
But now, it's like, they can just send you a text and be like, yeah, don't go outside, fam. Anyhow you go outside, you get fucked up, fam.
And once enough people buy into it, innit? That's the thing. What that really sells the shit. Once enough people buy into it, it just becomes what it is. Like we said about the whole COVID shit before, and like all that. It's like once it's bought into it.
Like fines and shit, and everybody.
Yeah, but anything to do with fines, is actually just the pass for the rich. Because it doesn't matter if you've got the money to pay fines. It doesn't matter if you get one. So you can park wherever you want. You can fucking do what the fuck you want. It's a fine thing. Yeah.
It's like, all right, I parked here for like 2 hours or 3 hours. It cost me 200 quid. Fuck it.
Exactly. If that's nothing to you, so anything like that, that's exactly how they're stratifying like the classes with that shit. It's really obvious when you look into it.
So question.
That's another thing as well, because like I think we might have to jettison this submarine talk and get to the real shit.
Where are the banks?
Let's get to the real shit, fam. How many times have I said this, fam? These people are not telling people what it really is, fam. You see the COVID thing. I keep taking it back to that, because it's very important, fam. See that COVID thing, It's like, remember the furlough?
Yep.
Remember that? Yeah, you get 80% of your wage, but just like, don't go outside and. Yeah, we'll give you 80% of your wage, but just don't go outside and don't do nothing.
And for the regular person who maybe goes out, has to work every day, to them, it's like, that's lit, fam. Like, just stay at home and like you give me 20% lesser wage. It seems lit, though.
They printing that money, fam. And anyhow they print money, it's like, all right, I'll put it to you like this, Let's say I've got lots of Haribos, let's say, and I'm the maker of Haribos. I produce Haribos. No one else can get their hands on Haribos, but if they come through me on some biblical shit, You come to me just and say, yo, fam, let me borrow let me borrow four gummy bears, fam. I'm like, 4 gummy bears. You know how expensive that is? That's going to cost you when you get it back here, I'm going to give you the 4 gummy bears, but I need you when you get it back here for it to be 5.5 gummy bears. but no one else makes gummy bears, Driz. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
So you owe me 5.5 gummy bears now, yeah? And for you to pay me off, you come back to me and be like, yo, brother, listen, fam, yeah, I got you. You know I got you, fam. Yeah, let me just hold 5.5 gummy bears, fam. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you my boy, fam. Don't worry about it. Yeah. 5.5 gummy bears, fam. Now you in the hole for a good fucking... You see it? You're in the hole for 11 gummy bears now, fam. You fucked up, fam. But you paid me, but you fucked up, fam.
Yeah.
The more you keep doing that, it's like, yeah, you gonna owe me a bag of Haribos now, fam. Oh yeah, now you owe me a box of bags of Haribos. Oh, now you owe me a crate of Haribos. Oh, but I keep, because you my boy, fam. You know what I'm saying? We talk, but then at some point, I'm gonna need them gummy bears back, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You took furlough, yeah.
The money.
And that's the whole thing.
No, it's mad, isn't it? And to think,
It's the same.
That our economy, if you think about it, a lot of our economy, whilst we were going through that, the way that it was being sustained was through illegal money. Yeah, like, because they still be spending, like, you get me? They still be spending into the economy like no tomorrow.
You see the thing about, like, trading illegally, let's say, right? It's like
on that one.
You are forced to operate outside of the digital realm, because obviously every movement that happens in a digital place, like, seeable.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I can see that, and I can see where it came from, and I can see where it came from before that, and I can see where it came from before that. But I can trace it back to its origin from at the Bank of England. I can trace it all the way back from when that little droplet of currency came down, or that pound of currency came down. You know what I'm saying? It circulated to Rachel, it circulated to Johnny, it circulated to me, circulated to you, it circulated to fucking Terrence, it circulated to Lice, fam. Yeah. All those transactions are happening, fam. But it's traceable all the way back to the Bank of England. So with the illegal trades and shit, it's like, yo, you're forced to have to break that chain somehow, because you have to break it where it links to you, right? So you have to do the cash tip. But ever since the COVID,
the banks
you know what? Cash. It started off like that. Oh yeah, you know, we're more like the card payments now. You got your card.
Up your limit on your contact list.
Oh yeah, it'll be all that, right? And then now it's like, I can't even remember the last time I paid for something in cash. Like it's been literally months, fam. Unless it's unless it's under such things.
One of them reasons.
And then in that case, that I can tell you when that was, but I won't tell you when that was.
I always use the example of the Oyster card in it. I think the story of the Oyster card explains this all perfectly. Once upon a time in London, you would go, you'd pay your cash, you get on the underground, do what you're doing. They then introduced a system called the Oyster card, and the whole thing was like, yo, if you use this, like, it's going to be easier for you. You can save a bit of money. You know what I mean? You can still, like, use your money and that. Obviously, like, what we're going to do, not use money. Like, you can still use your money, but this just makes things a bit easier. Cool. Some people get it. Some people don't. Cool. Then it starts going, you know what? At certain stations, you kind of need the Oyster card to get in. It's only 1 or 2 stations. It's only the big ones. But yeah, you're going to need the Oyster card in it. But once you get in, you can use your money, blah, 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 blah. You move forward a bit longer, it's like, all right, we're not giving out change no more. You know what I mean? So if you come in with money, make sure it's the exact money, because we don't do change. But if you put money on your Oyster card, then we'll just take the money off there and then you'll have the rest of it. Cool. Then it started being like, yo, we not taking anything smaller than 20, fam, and you're not getting no change either. So really, it's gonna be in your best interest to get an Oyster card. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, you're paying 20 every time you hit a station type shit. And if you want to do that, you can, or you can get an Oyster card. And then it became, nah, you need an Oyster card to get on the underground. But now we in this new thing where it's like,
if I can,
it's this. Go on.
Oh my god,
and then
yeah.
we like went out and like went to go whatever, see if I can. I remember what yeah, when we got that, we got the tube into town the first time around, yeah, and then got the tube to this the next place, and we thought we had reached where we were going, and it sort of stopped down.
These
shit.
guys get
But
lost
at every
everywhere.
barrier, yeah, at every single time, yeah.
Yeah, beep your cars. Yeah, it is.
Yo,
Yep.
I got back and I got fucking charged like 20 quid.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. That's, and
But you see, what's fucked about the tap and go thing with like the underground and overground and shit is like, say you got to go between like 3 or 4 different like stations. If you don't tap one of them shits and you tap somewhere else in London on that day, they're gonna drop a bag on your head, bro. Like,
Oh, that's wicked. Because that
yeah,
makes
bro.
a lot.
there's virtual currency is becoming a bigger thing in that aspect, but it's actually a bit mad to think that
Oh, wow.
Do you know, I've started to, because for my job, I have to count like a lot of change, like we get loads of change from the bank, and I find some cool coins every now and again, and me just thinking like, yeah, let me just have a look, like what these are saying, innit? Like what's different about them? Fam, the amount of coins are going up because obviously how cash is becoming less and less. Like some rare coins are coming up is ridiculous.
Listen, I have a little collection of coins in the crib, yeah. Like just over the years, just like cool coins that I found, and I just keep them in it because you know at some point these shits is gonna be worth something. Do you get what I mean? Like at some point, because they're gonna be like relics from the past, bro. Do you get what I mean? Them shits are gonna be like VHS players. You know what I mean? Like
exactly. It's actually mad to think that like it will be. I mean, look at like you used to have like half pennies and shit like that, and they're like
yeah, and sixpence and all that sort of stuff. Like if you got a 6-pence coin now, bro, you can sell that for some bread, fam. Like somebody will buy that off you, bro, because they're not in circulation. You know what I mean?
They'll only go for minimum the amount of money as well. It's literally money. How mad is that? You're paying more money for money, and this exactly goes back to the concept you were describing there. Like it's actually crazy.
All the shit, it's a magic, yeah. It's like legit, yeah. Because how do you convince people to run their whole life based on having digits and on a digital screen that tells them like, you've got this many beans and you can do this kind of stuff with the beans that you have. It's like, yo, even
it's convenient, though, isn't it? That's how you sell it. You sell it through convenience, you know what I mean?
Life to like fill up a size room like this with 10 pounds. It's like, yeah, it's a lot of money, but then like you've spent 8 years doing that.
Yeah,
what is that really? It's magic.
It is.
Because it's paper. At the end of the day, whenever, because like this is coming, and I don't say this just to be like our thing, but like the Western world is crumbling at the moment. It's coming to the very ends of it. So when the currencies collapse here, when all the currencies are like done out, from pound fucked up, the dollar fucked up, the fucking euro fucked up, like everything is just going mad. Like you gotta fill up a backpack with cash to go and get a loaf of bread real quick from the Premier type shit, right? All the time it happens now, and we see it on the news and be like, oh yeah, shit. But we never think that, oh shit, that could never happen here. But like,
I'll be honest with you, bro. I think it's already happened. To be fair, I think that shit being happened. Like I think this shit's already hit the fan from time. You have to remember, America as a country officially went bankrupt in 1923.
Yeah, that was time.
Do you know what I mean? Like I think this shit has been tits up for so long, and all we've seen is everybody hedging their bets. That's what we're in the process of viewing right now.
I'll say it like this. You see, in 1923, whenever America went bankrupt, the average American could fill up a truck stop in $2 from.
Exactly.
You see,
they changed
it's different now, fam. Because like the country done got so fucked up, that like, where a man that could go to a regular job and earn, let's say, like $5,000 a year, fam, he could have 2 cars at the house. You know what I mean? His wife doesn't need to work. His kids go to like a nice school for him because he got a good wage for making $5,000 a year, bro. What the fuck? He out here, fam. Them man eating steaks every day and goddamn talking about whatever he drinking fucking 100-year-old scotch and shit. Like, $5,000, fam. Yeah, them times there, fam. Bro, make you make $5,000 this year, fam, and see how pissed you are, fam. That shit ain't. Bro, that shit ain't even gonna do the rent for the whole year, fam.
Yeah, it's not stretching, is it? It's not stretching, fam.
But you know what? This actually goes back. It's very similar to a sociological theory of Marxism, where you have this stratification between the classes, and so the higher class will exploit the labor of the lower class because of that desperation for money, because of the inflation on just your regular needed products and things like that. It's very crazy, and it's. To think about it, then you start to like worry the people as well. Like to see how many people are needing food banks and shit. It's actually mad. But
then I think all right, check it out. Let's say if I was like to you, we're gonna go lava surfing, something like that, right?
Yes.
I'll bring you to the place. I've been there before loads of times. I know how the shit can get fucked up, and I know like we shouldn't even do the shit like one time, fam.
Yeah.
But I bring you to the place because I'm like, you know what? I feel like we should do this one time. It'll be cool. Yeah, I know the dangers, fam. But I'm just bringing you. You're like, lava surfing. We'll be like on the way. It'll be cool. Yeah, boards or whatever. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Right? In your head.
Yeah. Then bring me to the place. Right?
We get to the place. We actually get to doing the thing. And it's like, you don't know the dangers of doing this. So like you trying to like dip your toes to see how hot the shit is. Your whole shit gone now because all your toes are gone because you dip them in the lava to see like
you burn before you get to the lava.
Yeah. You trying to get on the board, you fall your whole shit over and you got your whole back just burn up because you landed in the lava and shit. Right? But I never told you that would happen to you. You just came with me because I said this shit would be cool.
Listen, you take me there, I'll just sunbathe on the side and watch you guys come. I ain't that stupid.
No, that's me still.
Yeah, of course I'll come to a fucking volcano, but I ain't that stupid. But we don't have a choice. But the thing is, the difference is we don't have a choice in our society, do we? Because we're in a conformist society. Even though we're quite liberal over on the Western side, we still conform as a society. We're kind of forced to. So we don't have that choice sometimes to be like, yeah, let's do this. Because like the idea that especially the generations above us, we value themselves on how productive their day has been, because that's how society has conformed them to think, because that's when you go to work hard for less money, because that's what they need.
You see what happens when what I've noticed, you guys I don't want to make this all somber and shit here, but the place where I work here, it's like a place where they're like, it's like a place where they're like, basically check like if you alright, fam. Like in like mentally if you alright. And
What do you mean? Like a psychologist? What, like?
Yeah, it's like people that like come and check it out. Like somebody might come, let's say, into A&E, they be fucked up off like, I don't know, some like
Fucked up shit.
Yeah, they did some shit, but they fucked up, right? They like got down.
Right,
I can see blah blah.
Did they fuck up already? Fucked up? Like, is there something wrong with them?
I think that's what they're
See,
assessing,
but that's what they checking.
Right. Okay.
Like they checking if like you just fucked up or like if you actually like
okay, you know, they do. Yeah, when I broke my knuckle because I was like just fucking about in boxing, I broke my knuckle and they had to ask me their questions about like if I was being domestically abused, and I had to be like, nah, it's my own stupid ass fault.
The shit that they write.
Yeah, they had to assess the whole thing.
Paperwork
Okay, I get it.
that we do like thing, right? Like, bruv, I see people of like fam. I seen a goddamn 11-year-old fam. I was like, yeah, nah, this is mad, fam. Cause like, yo, this is a kid, fam. How would they know about any of this shit, fam? More time they just react like how the people around them react. You know what I mean? So like more time you should be probably screening like the adults that surround them and shit. But then
I know that again, a woman's brain ain't fully formed until it's 21 years old. That's
21.
Yeah, 21 is when like for a female anyway. I don't know about men. But for a female, our brains aren't actually fully developed.
That shit might be like 50, I think.
So times that by like 3.
But now the point that I was making by bringing that up is like, man, it's important to really kind of keep on top of that. You know what I mean? Like to just be with you sometimes. Do you know what I mean? Because like, yeah, there's all this other bunch of shit happening. There's all these distractions and fucking the news. The submarines and that's. I'm not saying that's good, but it's happening, and there's nothing you can unless you're going to take your clothes off and run to the shoreline and swim to the fucking debris yourself. You're not gonna, do you know what I mean? Like, you're just gonna get up and go work like everyone else, normal. Just don't let the shit, like, take you, fam.
Do you think
because that's all outside shit. Do you know what I mean? That's all shit that's happening, like, outside, oh my God, outside of you. You know what I'm saying? And, like, more time, the things that are happening outside of you that you're observing, it's like, you have to kind of try and pay attention to that within you. Because there's some element of what you're seeing in the reality around you, outside of you, that is that. Because this whole thing, like perception is like a reflection of what's in you. So when I'm here, when I'm inside the house, I feel very safe. So the house reflects safety to me. You see doors there, you know what I mean? Windows there, all that shit. You know what I mean?
You can't control what happens. You know, we can't control everything that happens. We can control our reactions.
You know, because you know the fucked up part is, like, as much as I'm projecting a reality here into these walls that we're in, you're also doing that.
Yeah.
And Johnny's also doing that.
Do you know?
Right?
Yeah.
So this place collectively to all of us is gonna look like how
a different place
perceive
in
it.
Each person.
Do you know what I mean? Like we all then look like we're perceiving the same thing. Like this Sprite bottle, it's green, right?
Yeah.
It's green, right? But then how do you know that this vibration of light that you're looking at here is not this to me.
Well,
like we might be looking at this thing, and I might be looking at that like that's actually like I might be perceiving it as actually green, but I call it yellow.
We can't see a lot of shit. Like, obviously, you've got people who are even colorblind in that situation, but we can't see a lot of shit. Like, there's a whole spectrum of light, color, sound, smell that we can't see.
We sense 5% of the reality. So it's like, it's a bunch of shit happening in the reality, and I think like a lot of the time.
Listen to your girlfriend. She's spitting right now. She's spitting right now.
Nah, wait. Go ahead, spit, yo.
What's that?
Go ahead, spit, yo. Go ahead, spit. My fault. Yeah, he outside. He outside.
I thought I heard him.
Nah.
What happened?
Madness.
Nah.
What?
We got Magpie, but yeah,
we thought Jamie came through.
Nah, it's true though. It's true. Good point. Do you know what? I heard this really good point the other day, and it really has been in my mind, and it's been the idea that that we have a tendency to take things personally, especially like if you drive, you'll understand like pulls out on you or they do something, and we naturally just take that personally. But we have to understand that it's kind of like a choiceless ignorance. People are always looking from their perception. They're always doing things like in their brain from like what they need to do. And a lot of the time there is nothing personal. They don't even notice what you're doing or anything that's going to happen like from your perspective at all. And it's like this choiceless ignorance that we have as people. So it's about being like more aware of that. And if we practice awareness more, then it becomes a lot more. Our lives become a lot more fluid in that way. And
I told my brethren, let go of me. Calm down. There's no need. I take everything personally.
In the church.
Yeah, for real. But like, I think it's just the kind of the condition of man, if you will. I think that we are a collection of all of our experiences kind of simultaneously existing and just walking through life. And I think obviously we live in this Western world and we're kind of given this, for lack of a better term, like main character syndrome. And I think just the way that we live life and the way we interact with each other and stuff, I think we're conditioned to always take things personally in it. So even when things might not necessarily be that, I think there's a conditioning where we exist as the center of our own worlds. And for most people, like the world almost exists around them type thing. And you can make an argument that it does, to be fair, but I think because people walk through life like that, it's very, as you said, even like the driving thing, like you drive in and somebody cut you off. And at that moment in time, like someone can't tell you that that's not personal because you feel offended by it. Like you are the one that feels like slighted by it. You know what I mean? And ultimately, offense is ultimately dictated by the offended, not the offender. And it's the same sort of thing where Will says about like creating reality. It's like, say we're having this conversation now and I say something that really offends Rachel, but I didn't mean to offend her, but I did. She has now created a reality where I've done something fucked up to her, and that's the perception she can look through it at. Do you get what I mean? And I can't tell her, nah, you're wrong, because how you feel is ultimately how you feel in it. Like that's how you feel is how you feel. It might be misguided, it might be misinformed, but how you feel is never wrong because your feelings are there to try and help you navigate through life and shit. But just like with everything else, like I think we just navigate like our feelings and shit in an incorrect way. You know what I mean? Like we lead with ego a lot. Like more time we lead, you know what I mean? And I think it makes it more difficult for people. And I'm saying we a lot, I just mean like people in it. But like, I just think the way that we're conditioned to be and conditioned to live and conditioned to interact with one another breeds, or it's much easier to breed contempt and breed strife between people than not, you know what I mean? But sorry, you were going to say.
I think that's also a matter of perspective, because like if you think And the
Well,
last,
that's the whole point. That's what I'm saying. Like it's all perspective. Like everything is perspective. Like there's nothing that exists in the human experience that isn't perspective. All of it is perspective, and that's the point. Do you know what I mean? That's the point.
everything is opinion. There's no facts.
There's no such thing as facts. There's opinion.
Like the fact that we call things fact is the ultimate human arrogance. Do you get what I mean? Like in the most ultimate way, because we saying we know better than everything that's ever been here. Like we saying it's true, so it has to be true. Like, but it's not. Everything is just perspective. It's like remember that dress that went viral. Like, is it blue? Is it yellow? Or whatever the fuck it was. It's like you got people arguing online about a really low quality picture of a dress. Because this person's like, nah, it's fucking blue, and you're an idiot if you can't see the blue dress. And these other people are like, nah, everyone who sees a blue dress, I hope your mom dies in a car crash. And like, because people lead through their ego and their own perspective in it. And it's like, if I say the dress is blue, then the dress is blue because I say so. Yeah. And that's what all of this shit is, just kind of, I guess, maybe reflected in different ways. Do you get what I mean? And that's why, like, I always say it's good to have, like, discourse, and it's good to even disagree at certain points, because I think disagreement, if you know how to navigate it properly, you can learn a lot more through disagreement than agreement. Do you get what I mean? Like, you can learn a lot more from someone who has a completely different perspective than you, than someone who thinks exactly how you think. Do you get what I mean? It's just a lot of time we get in our own way because someone will say something. It's like, nah, that's not right. Fuck that. And we get in our own way a lot of times, as opposed to opening ourselves up to, like, all right, you know what? Shit. Let me try and learn something here. And I'm guilty of it too. Like, I'm not trying to, like, separate. I'm saying we all, like, just as people, we tend to do that. Do you get what I mean? And I think it can, you see the state of the world now, innit? Like, you see how people are. Like, it's...
It's this way. I was reading this. I'm rereading this book called Be Water, which is like the teachings and philosophies of like Bruce Lee and stuff, right? There's a story where this guy goes to this monk, and he's like listening to this monk, and he's like, yep, okay, yep, and then giving his opinion on it, right? And the monk was pouring his tea and just like kept pouring and pouring, and it was like running over this cup, and he was just like, what are you doing? Like, your cup already, like your mind is full. Any information that I'm going to give you it's just going to flow over. It's not going to stay in, because your perception is judging like how open-minded you need to be to accept more information. And that's why I feel like being aware and being open-minded can make you so much more of an intelligent person, because of that ability to absorb new information and accept it. You know, you can still analyze it, but putting that judgment on it.
Yeah, so it's like, right, so it's like Rachel was saying, with the glass half full, but man doesn't see it as being half full, as in the sense of it's not full. What he sees, it's being filled rather than it's being emptied. So it's at half fill, but it's being filled. So yeah, your glass may be half filled right now, but any second now, it's going to be fully filled. Rather than your glass is half full right now, any second now, it's going to be fully empty. It's a different perspective on the same outlook, on the exact same outlook. And it's the same thing as he's like one Bruce Lee when he talked be water, like flex. Don't like be flexible with what's going on around you, rather than like try to fight the situation that you're in. Sometimes the situation that you're in, the bad situations that you're in, are there to lead you into a better situation. So water, my friend, as he says, be water, my friend. Oh, you know what I mean? And it's that same principle of like, no matter what you do, life will always bend you. It will always bend you. There is no way to escape the fact that life is like it will always bend you, but it doesn't have to break you. It could be water.
Yeah, legit. because like again, like man just said, and I think even the concept of the half full and half empty thing is like, by definition, there's no such thing as half full. Like that's not something that actually exists by definition. It's like being a quarter of a half. It's like, well,
Exactly.
you can't be a quarter of a half. It's like it's either a half or it's a whole. Do you know what I mean? Or it's a quarter or type shit.
And I think the real lesson here is that, like, in order for you to, let's say, perceive what is going around you correctly, it implies that you perceive yourself correctly already. So if you perceive yourself incorrectly in the first place, everything else that you perceive around you is going to be incorrect.
Well, that's the issue,
right?
because nobody ever sees them correctly.
Wait. Of course they don't, fam. Because you can never, all right, that's the whole game being played out here. You're not supposed to discover that you're God, fam. Because that breaks the whole game, fam. All right. Wait. I've told the story before, yeah.
Will, you have to find a better way to get the whoa is so distressful on the ear, bro. You have to find a different way to do it, fam. It's so distressful on the ear, bro.
At least let
it's
continue.
dramatic,
You know what I mean? Like, bro,
yeah.
I'm saying,
nah, land, bro, land.
I'll say that instead.
Yeah.
All right. I've said this before lots of times, probably on these broadcasts many times. But imagine if you were God, right? You're the only thing that is in existence. You're the only thing that there is to be perceived. It's just you there. Yeah. You don't know you until you see that it's not you. Like me, okay, definitely me. Because the whole time, if all of your perception is always just you, how do I know that I'm not that monster? Or how do I know that I'm not that this? Or how do I know that I'm not this? All I can do is try and create environments here where these things that are not me exist and coexist
but this is
with
the thing.
me. And then even in the we'll take even more basic here. We'll roll it back even more basic, fam. You've not even got the understanding of like anything. It's just you. You just know you. You just know where you are, like where you exist at. That's all you know, fam. There's nothing else around you. So even if you move your legs and try and like walk to a next spot, there's nothing for you to walk to because there's no other point of reference to be like, I walked away from here or I walked to here. It's just you. I walked where, how far, how long? I walked. How far? Where did you go? How did your legs feel? I walked.
Yeah, you'll always justify. You'll always justify your actions.
Like, the whole of this reality is predicated upon the fact that like you're receiving information through all of your information receptacles. Yeah, you got your touch, your nose, your smell, your taste, your hearing. Do you know what I mean? You got balance, all that shit. You got all these senses. Danger, that's another different sense that people never talk about and shit. But it's like you got all these senses here, but all that shit is feeding into what, fam? Your awareness. You become aware of the fact that there's a sound. You become aware of the fact that, oh, this shit is delicious. You become aware of the fact that, that feels gross.
So rule number one.
It's all the things that we use to measure what reality is all just feeding into the thing that's creating the reality. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's like a feedback loop. If I slap this wall, I know very well it's fucking solid, fam. It's gonna fucking hurt me, fam.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
But like,
If you watch anime,
but actually,
For real.
none of this exists, fam.
No.
No, see,
No.
wait. Let me land, fam. Let me land. But actually, yeah. Wait. What happened? None of this exists. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We feel solid things and we feel this and that. Yeah.
Mm.
It's like that's all just magnetic fields. Okay, everything. Wait. Everything is a frequency, and every frequency has a different density. Fam. Like this, all of this is sound and light. Fam. All this shit is sound and light. The reason why, even when I put my hand to the wall, there's a sound that happens. Fam. It's because the barrier between my sound and light frequency touched this sound and light frequency. There's things happening there, fam. They interact away, fam. No, wait, let me land, fam. Let me land. So I'm saying to you, yeah, okay, we'll even take it deeper still, yeah.
Oh, no.
We'll even take it deeper still.
You just land.
Yeah, we'll even take it deeper still, yeah. We're talking about all these things are made of something, atoms or whatever, yeah. It's like you even take it deeper than that still. It's like it's just energy vibrating. They even said it in string theory. It's all just strings of energy vibrating together to make these things that then make like the fucking nucleus of the fucking atom, or it's all just strings of energy vibrating. None of this shit is actually physically thing. Of course it is. In like, yo, if I step out into the road and get hit by a car, yeah, I'm fucked up, fam, for real, because it actually is for real, like it's physical. But like when you start to get into the mechanics of the shit, it doesn't ting like that to the point where like you can. I remember when we were talking about how like you can change your life by your mind, and there was like then, and I was like, yo, people like this today. Yeah, you make these kind of decisions. You do this. You live this kind of lifestyle. You do this. You do these things. You do ABC. Yeah. Today you can decide. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna make an effort to not be doing ABC. Let's say,
reconditioning.
Yeah, I'm not gonna drink anymore. I'm not gonna smoke anymore. Yeah. I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm not gonna spend my peas on this anymore. Wait. You can make the decision, yeah, and if you stick with it, yeah. What starts to happen is that your reality starts to change. The people that you even like associate with and hang around with change. You know what I'm saying? The way that your mind works change. The way that you look at shit that's around you change. Everything starts to change. It's a mind process.
No. I know that, fam. I know that, bro. It's not that, bro. Fam. How do you mean I have 2 restaurants? Bro, you know what it is? No, you know what it is, Will? Like, me and you have a different outlook on the same shit, and my outlook on that shit
but that's the beauty of it.
No, but my outlook on that shit is there is no. You do a job, right? If you do a job and you're hired to do that job by me, right? The reason I do that is because I believe you will take that and be like, I'm going to do something with this because this is my shit. When I heard you for the bar, right? I didn't hesitate twice. I knew you'd done bar work before. All he asked me for somebody. All he asked me if I knew somebody who could run the bar. But when me and him had the first original discussion, you were supposed to be basically like.
Well, you ran the bar.
Top boy.
Shut up.
Will
You actually ran the bar.
Will run the bar, no matter what he says. What he says.
Yeah, no, like an edge more time.
But Will.
I mean, I believe in you. Of course you did.
The original pitch ball, and I never even had the conversation with, because I couldn't turn around to you as my boy, as my bro, right? Like, not my boy, my brother. Because you're more than just my boy. If you were my boy, I'd have to turn around to you and be like, oh, what do you know about bar work? And I know you worked in a bar and you know a bit about drinking. In my mind, this is my restaurant. No, but Will, like, you don't understand what this means to me, and that's what I'm saying to you. Like, fam, I can't apologise to you and Sam enough, because in my mind, bro, when I started there, we were 47th on TripAdvisor, bro. When I left, we were only behind Quite Simply French, and the only reason we were only behind Quite Simply French is because we were so many years behind them. They had so many more reviews. Like, our ratio of 5-star reviews was so much better than theirs, bro. Like, well, I cannot, like, that's what I'm saying. When I tell you and Sam, I always do, bro, and I never stop.
Imagine you didn't even cut the tickets up for me.
But when
you're running his bar, I'm offended.
No, but when no.
That's why you're there. So you have decided to walk in the path of darkness, Rachel. That's why you have decided to there.
Wherever there are victors, there are the vanquished, my friend. Sorry.
We can leave it there. We can leave it there. That's cool. That's cool.
Sorry.
No, yeah. Again, like, fam, I cannot tell you, fam. I appreciate what you did, fam. And I always tell you, fam, like, fam, at some point, you're gonna have to let yourself off the hook for all that shit, fam.
Yeah.
Shit wasn't.
Let it go. It's National Let It Go Day.
Yeah, exactly.
It's National Let It Go Day.
I didn't know. Just tell him.
It's National Let It Go Day. It's where you let go of all that negative.
Yeah. Tell him.
All of the judgment you're putting on yourself.
Told Sam, I'll let it go. Yeah. When I'm like, here's the next thing, bro. You know how many times I've been on this.
How can you open your mind up to the next thing?
How many times I've been on this, bro? Like, the first time I got you, but like I'm saying, that shit was supposed to happen so differently.
Yeah,
I feel like
no, but you don't understand. You don't understand it from right. No.
Let him land. Go.
I feel like Rafiki from Lion King, you know, where he bats him on the head and he's like, "That is in the past." That's what I need to do. Like, I need that stick.
I'm gonna go out, but still, yeah, like I said, I've always had the same thing to you. You don't stand down much.
National Let It Go, guys. We're practicing. This is a good example that we're still only human. So it's practice.
I know.
It's all practice.
I think Rachel brings up a good point, man. I think just even outside of what Johnny's saying, like just in life, I think it's so easy to carry a lot of the things that happened. And even though I always have this saying, like, logic is no defense in it, like, meaning you can intellectually understand, like, yeah, that's not on me. Like, intellectually, I get that. But back to what we're talking about, feelings and perspective in it, it's like when kind of in your soul, something doesn't go maybe the way you want it to go, there is certain that you can kind of carry on that. And I definitely think that there is a lot of truth to what Rachel just said about sometimes you have to be willing to let those things go in order for the new opportunities to begin to present themselves. In the same way, like, man, we're just talking about perspective and stuff. And like, literally that same thought about you can change your life with your mind. I know it sounds all airy fairy and that, but it's literally sometimes you have to kind of unshackle yourself for the next steps to
From my
Show
perspective,
themselves, you know.
the guy we're talking As the guy we're talking about in this situation.
No, we're not talking.
No,
we're
but
not
we
just
are,
talking
fam. As the guy
generally
who we're
about
talking
you,
about in this
fam. We're
conversation.
not, though,
Let me
fam.
talk about this.
Let me just
Right.
land my
So it's
original thought,
but hold on. It's like you dreamed of everything. Yeah, everything lined up. Like Conor McGregor versus Aldo. When he was talking about in the press conference, I'm gonna do this. He's gonna do that. Right. Everything. Yeah. Exactly the way it happened. Jose Aldo knocks you out. That's how I feel. That's how I felt for the past 3 years.
Man. I understand that, but you also got to understand. Yeah.
Oh,
that
2 years.
You're
2 years. My bad. But 2 years.
You're letting that block you from doing the rest of your shit. Because you're thinking, oh man, I could have done. I'm saying to you, yeah, and I'm not even saying this to you personally. I'm just saying this generally because I haven't gone through the same shit. It's like, yo, you can easily forget who you are because of a decision that you made that didn't go quite correctly. But before that, you was the man, fam. You was actually the man, fam. Anything that you thought, yeah, if it didn't happen right there, it happened the next day. If not the next day, yeah, it took a week, fam. Oh, that's ages, fam. But yeah, it lands, fam. Every time you think about that shit, yeah, I'm gonna do that. You know why, fam? Cause your mind at that time is like, what opportunity can I take? Where can I go? What can I do? How can I move? What can I think? But like, once you start to not be able to trust your own decision making, yeah. Once you start not being able to be like, you can actually like do something, yeah. It's like you then create a thing around you where it's like, yeah, other people can think. Do you know what I mean? Other people can like, create their reality, but I can't because and other people can like, make these decisions and start businesses and start doing this and start doing, but I can't because there
is a perfect story for this, right? And if anyone's read this who's listening, it's called The Story of the Horse, the Boy, the Horse, the Fox, and the Mole. And this is a quick part in like the whole story, and it's really, really good analogy. So the horse and the boy were walking through a forest, and the forest was getting real thick, and the boy turned around to the horse and said, "Horse, like, I can't see the path no more, the forest is getting real thick." And he goes, "Can you see your next step?" And the boy goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Well, we'll take that." And it's an analogy that in life, when we think about where we need to be, it can be very overwhelming to think of all the steps that it takes to get there, and that can intend to actually put us off of doing it. But sometimes we just got to take that next step, and that's something I always want to preach to people.
But then that's like a change in mindset, right? Because people like this, Plato's cave.
Yes.
You're just down there in the cave, and then you the one that break out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just down there in the cave, and you the one, Rachel, that break out. And then you see the actual, like, the mountains, and you see the fucking trees and the birds flying around and all the shit. Now you can see where the sounds are coming from, and now comes this and that, and yeah, you might even saw, like, some rain and some lightning in the distance, and you're like, oh yeah, that's where that sound comes from. I saw it, it's man. Imagine coming back here and trying to tell the people inside the cave that are still just there sitting in the same position where you were sitting.
It's hard, and it's up to them to take that information,
right.
But some people will, like, and some people need it written down in a different way.
You now have a different understanding even of how the senses are operating. Do you know what I mean? Because like while you in the cave, it's like your senses are operating a certain way. You're seeing light coming from behind you, and then like, shadows being thing, and like the shadows are real things. Do you know what I mean? To you, it's like, oh yeah, that's a real life demon, or that's a real life.
Get yourself some water.
Yeah, you should have some.
My drink. I had one Maggie left at least. I checked 2 Maggies since I came.
I gave you one, my friend.
Neither
You never got them out.
No, one of them
never got them out of the bag.
No, they're not, bro. I beg you go check, fam. I beg you go check.
There's still one on the floor right now.
Okay, don't worry. There's still some more juice there. Just sip some water, dog. It'll be fine.
But you're only allowed this when you have some water. Otherwise, we'll have to fight. No.
But yeah, overall, what I'm trying to say is, see,
Fam, guys, that's what I was telling you, fam. I told you I had a Maggie around here somewhere.
Nah, that's
I told you, bro.
Perception.
That's what I was saying, fam.
Perception.
Nah, that's me.
I know since I went up there,
that's
there was
me
at
still.
least. That's not you, though. That's not you, fam. No,
Imagine Dizzy, they'd be arguing about Mag till the day we die.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Will,
Just let them go in it. It's National Let It Go Day. You just gotta let them go. You know.
Yeah, Dizzy makes a point. Guys, let it go.
No. Well, no, honestly.
I don't think they're getting the vibe of National Let It Go Day. Well,
It's gonna be like a story arc in it. So they're gonna do all of this, and at the end of the pod, you'll be like, you know what? Let's just let it go. Like you gotta see the whole film. You know what I mean? So you gotta let it play out.
So the funniest thing is, I think Slow is probably the like physical embodiment of Let It Go.
I swear down.
To the point where it can get frustrating. Like even when you haven't mastered that, so you're annoyed at something, he's like, it's fine.
I understand.
That's how life is. You're like, be angry with me, fam. Come on, back me in this, fam. He's like, no.
Yeah. But again, it's like I said about perspective and stuff in it. I think just when you're able to stand outside of something and watch it happening outside of yourself, it's a lot easier because you're not kind of emotionally invested in the same way in it. So like you can stand outside of it and be like, yo, you know what? Really, that's not that big of a deal. Do you get what I mean? But when you're in something, like I was saying before about like leading with the ego and shit, when you're in something, I heard a saying. I was listening to this podcast and a lady was talking about like her mum passed away in it, and she was saying how when her mum passed away, they weren't like on great speaking terms and that like fucked with her for a long time. And what she was explaining was like the thing that her and her mum fell out over was really some bullshit. Like it wasn't really anything substantial. But she was like, my anger was so important to me that I let it rob me of like years with my mum in it. And like that sentence just stuck with me because that's how people live. Like whatever it might be, like their anger or their frustration or their disappointment or it's so important to them, even in like a negative way, that like something as simple as let it go can seem like the maddest concept, when really letting something go it's so simple, but because we're so attached to the things that we attach ourselves to, it's like the Buddhists, right? They teach a concept where they'll get like colored sand and shit, and they'll spend like days and weeks and even months at times creating these beautiful like mosaics. Like they'll take their time, perfect execution, these beautiful like images out of sand. And at the end of that shit, they just mess the whole thing up, just mess it all up, bro. And the whole thing is to teach you like nothing, like everything is transient. Do you get what I mean? Everything is existing on an infinite loop. And as much as you may love something or be attached to something or like, man, I just spent the last how many weeks making this fucking image and it's beautiful and I want to, like, the whole concept of it is you're supposed to do that and then let it go. And I think, again, just because of with these sort of conversations, you have to always take into consideration like environment and shit as well. And just even, as you said before, how we are essentially raised like cattle to live. Like we don't live in an environment that's conducive to teaching people like self-belief and stuff like that. And so again, especially if you come from like you know hard times or fucked up situations and shit, and you maybe work yourself into a position and you feel good about how hard you worked, and then one thing hits you and it's such like a devastating wound. It's like fighters, isn't it? And, Johnny has said about Conor McGregor before. And while you winning and while you up, it's great and you're untouchable and nobody can fuck with you and you feel your best self. But the first time you get knocked out, like for a lot of people, because they've never been knocked out before, they don't know how to psychologically deal with that. Do you get what I mean? It's not even so much about being knocked out. It's like, the thing that I've attached myself to, the thing that works, didn't work. And a lot of times that can be such like a heartbreaking kind of thing when you're invested in something that it's like relationships and shit in it. Like people will go through like a really bad heartbreak and it can fuck up future relationships for them because they just can't let go of that thing. Do you get what I mean? Not realizing that they're robbing themselves of so many beautiful experiences. And I just think it translates across the board in so many different ways. And it's a beautiful irony that it's National Let It Go Day, because I think that's like the important message is just like, as attached to certain shit as we are, even the negative shit and the fucked up feelings, that like as much as all that, really, you can just let it go. But what happens Go on, sorry.
With this day, so after this, you need to listen to, if you've not listened to it already, the song Let It Go by Architecture. Great tune. If anyone's going to listen to that one.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm definitely going to forget that. I'm going to forget the name. I'm going to forget the artist. But it's on the recording now anyway. So, you know what I mean? We can check for it and shit. But no, I think like the let it go thing, just to kind of make it balanced, I guess. I think that there is, there's credible information and data and lessons that you can learn from not letting shit go. But I think it's important to not get lost in that, in it. Yeah. Again, it's like, say you have an argument with somebody and you all might be going at it and shit. You might feel fully justified in kind of going as ham as you're going. And that's cool if you've got a real thing you're trying to say. But as long as you don't get lost in that and you kind of, the conversation remains what it's about. It's like a similar type of thing. It's like, I think you have to go through almost like a mourning period of some shit. You know what I mean? It's like a nigga mum die. You can't just tell someone let it go and get over it. Like, it don't work like that, innit? Like, you have to go through a process of letting something go, because once you let it go, it's gone. You know what I mean? And it's like, it can be difficult for people to do that because we're creatures of habit. Do you get what I mean? Like, we're habitual creatures by nature. We like to operate in habitual ways. And when you've been carrying something for years or for time or however long, and someone just say, let it go, it's like, my identity is kind of almost formed around this thing. And so you have to give people the grace and the time to understand the importance of letting shit go. Because in certain times, you need to hold on to some shit. Listen, if you falling off a cliff and you holding on to the edge of the cliff, you better not let that bitch go. You better hold on for dear life, my G. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in certain times in life, like, there is an importance that can come with holding on to certain things. But I think once you maturate out of that and gain the lessons and the data you need, then it's healthy to be able to let shit go. Not because certain things, it's like you have to get it out of your life or whatever, but I think it's an important thing to practice letting things go. Because I think if you don't practice doing that in life, it becomes so much easier to fall into comfort, you know what I mean? And comfort is the opposite of progress. Do you get what I mean?
So, Drift, just to put it to you as a person who came from the same, like the same background as me, but not from the same background as me.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, you can't ever lose, fam. So you always have to win. So the desire to win drives you to do some shit that you don't want to do, fam. Because honestly, God, fam, I boxed, yeah, when I was ever since I was a boxed, yeah. And I didn't do that bit of shit because I liked hitting people and I liked hurting people because I was good at shit. Like, honest to God, I was good at that shit.
Right.
Not because I liked hurting people. I did it because it was the thing, because my family always did it. My dad boxed, my granddad boxed. Like, everybody in my family was like, so my great granddad was European, like, champion. He was Yorkshire champion. Like, my granddad.
It's like a legacy thing, innit? Like, yeah.
Dad, for his age group, was easily the best. Since from when he started school, since when he left. And I've always had beef with my dad. Me and my dad have always been at it ever since day one. But you know what it is, yeah? I can't get over the fact that I respect the fact that even at 60 years old he could kick the fuck out of me. Because I don't say that about many people on the planet. Because you know what it is. No matter how big you are, no matter how much weight, no matter. I know who I fought, I know what I've done, I know what I've done, and I'll always go up. If it's ever an escalation situation, I'm like, I've done this, won this, considering that, considering this. I'll always go upward. Any good fighter who knows he's a good, or he or she is a good fighter, right? Because they've been in the trenches before. That's the only time you'll ever realise when you've been in the trenches before, when you've been about to be beat, when you come back from being about to be beaten. Right, but anybody worth their salt, essentially, will say the same shit, exactly the same shit. It doesn't matter who's better, it matters who cares more. Like, in everything, in every situation in life, whether you're working a job, whether you're working, like, everybody does the same shit. Work towards the same shit. We all work towards somebody else's dream. Think about everything you've ever done, every job you've ever been in your entire life. You've always worked towards somebody else's profit, somebody else's. No matter what any one of you, I know all of you. I know you're all like articulate people. You've all done so much, but any one of you right now to tell me you've worked for somebody other than somebody else.
No, but you know what?
For a consistent period. And the same shit. I owned a restaurant and I worked for somebody else. It's hard. Like,
when you mentioned your dad, in me saying, like, obviously, like, at his age, he can still take you on. I made the stupid mistake the other day and joking around, telling my dad that I could take him. Like, I fully got too cocky. He was like, I can take you. I think I'm strong enough to take you now. My bumhole in like a fucking Cheerio. I can tell you that right now. Still though, you know, on time he's like, am I old enough to take one? Mentally, no. I could never ever hit my parents.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, no matter how much I argue with my dad, when my dad was before my dad turned 16 in Leeds, you know how big Leeds is. Like, I was you know how big Leeds is. It's like the third or fourth biggest country per population in the UK.
City.
Essentially, considering you got to consider Glasgow as well, right? But because Bradford's always been a part of Leeds, it is still a part of Leeds to this day. But since then, right? So just imagine what the area, to be known in that area, you know how good you have to be. Everybody knew me, and you know the reason I fell out of boxing is because everybody had this insane expectations to me, because what my dad was, fam. Like, bruh.
Yeah.
You understand? Like, when I say I couldn't, even to this day, if man was 70, fam,
But that's the thing. You never were gonna be your dad.
I could take
never
on you,
were gonna be
2 of you, 3 of you, 4
be.
of you in my own head. I could never take on my dad ever.
You never were gonna be your dad, fam. That's the point. You're supposed to be your own person, fam. You're supposed to like have your own greatness. Even if it came in that form and you did the same thing or whatever, like then. But like you never was supposed to be your parents. That's not the point of this. Your parents wait. You have to understand, yeah. Sorry. I did the wait thing again. Sorry. You have to understand that like fucking your old man is gonna want you to be like this, but then like you also mix with your Marjay family, your Marjay like this, and then she want you to be like this too.
It's not like that
never
for me.
Gonna hit that.
It's not like that for me. It's not like that for me. I've told you this from the start. I didn't grow up the same way as Sam. I didn't grow up with Marjay and Pete telling me this, that, and this. I grew up with my auntie in Leeds, while Leeds man grew up in Morecambe. Drizzy will tell you what LS7's like. Drizzy will tell you what LS7's like. Well, I don't have to tell you anything.
Listen.
Man will tell
I'm not
you
talking about that, bro. I'm not talking about the upbringings and all them things there. I'm talking about right now, yeah. You're never gonna be your old man, fam. Look, that was the whole point, fam. You were supposed to be your own greatness, fam.
Drizzy, tell him how hard it is to break this.
I get it, but the whole point of him being there and you deciding that,
No, hold on.
Because you're supposed to be your own greatness.
Let me talk to Driz. Driz, why are you doing what you do right now? Why? Like you can shorten the version down. You don't have to tell me until we're like, but like, you can make up a podcast version, fam. Like I don't like, but honest to God, right, fam. Other than the fact that you have an insane ability to do this, because bro, when I started in school, I was really good I was better at football than I was at boxing. By the time I ended, I was shit at football and insane at boxing, because it's what I picked up. But what I'm asking you, yeah, is what did you pick up during high school? What things were you like, oh, this is my shit? Anyone was to chat me about my court or my pitch or my ring or my whatever, this is my shit. Because for me, it was like, alright, you can do whatever you want. Step in the ring, and no matter what happens, you're done. Step on the pitch, you might. Step on the court, you might win. Step on the track, you might win. Step in the ring, you're done. Right? What's Drizzy's version of that? What did you up of that? Is it like a, alright, you might have me in this and this, or this or this, but come and do this, I'll smoke you. What was your version of it?
Okay, that's an interesting question. It's kind of like, I guess it changes, but the things I was into was more so like football, athletics, music-y shit, like anything where there was like you could impress gals somehow. Like I was like sick at those. The things I was really talented at, but I didn't perceive as being like cool, I guess maybe that's a way of saying it. I was like from maybe year 7. I remember my English teacher wanted to like get me on the debate team in it, and like the public speaking team and shit. And I was like, no, like I want to chill with bitches at lunch. I ain't go to no fucking debate team. Like, no, like,
I see her point. You're an articulate guy. Like every time me and you have a discussion, I come away learning something, even if I don't end the discussion thinking you're right. Like
yeah.
I can think I'm right from the start, finish thinking I'm right, and you can do the same thing. But I feel like I've learned something,
because it's just a sharing of perspective in it. Like once you exchange ideas and thoughts and perspective, any person with a thinking mind, like, you take that on a little bit, you know what I mean? And you at least think about it. Do you get what I mean? Like, if nothing else, you at least think about it. So yeah, there was the public speaking shit, and acting as well. Because like I went to like a drama school when I was a youth. But again, I used to hate it. Like I used to think it was corny in it. But like again, when I took drama in my GCSE, they wanted to like set man up with like a scholarship sort of thing to do it at uni and that. But I just wasn't really on it. Like it just was like, nah. But like, there's definitely the things that I have been like immensely talented at, like to a point where teachers and adults and shit are trying to like, yo, you should do this. And never the things like I foresaw for myself. And I think maybe in a similar way, it might tie in, it might not. But even what you were just saying about like your old man and the boxing and shit, I think when you kind of foresee a certain path for yourself, I think it's easy to not ignore, but like kind of just shake off like these other amazing things you might be talented at, because you're like, nah, like I'm supposed to do this type shit. And I think again, it's one of those things. It's just a perspective thing, you know what I mean? I think it's just go on, sorry.
I'll tell you honestly, from my personal perspective, I went 9-3 in 12 like semi-professional fights.
Okay, that's good. That's a good record.
Right, but when you're talking about actual things, these were in front of crowds. These were actual set events.
Right.
I don't know. Right. Here's the thing. The other two not necessarily came straight off of the back of the first one, but wouldn't have happened if the fact that I hadn't had a loss on my record in the first place. It was the first one.
Right.
When you go into a 50-50 situation and you're undefeated, you're always going to win, right? If you go into a 50-50 situation and you're not, then it's up to like, well, this happened and that happened and whatever. If you go into a 50 position and you're undefeated, always going to, like, even if they think, it was 50-50, but technically it was actually 64 to my man, if you're undefeated, you'll get that 60-50 win. My thing is, at one point, I was fast than most because I have a weird body shape. If I put on muscle, it's and it's in the right areas for extending the arm, like ducking down, like firing out quick, basically. So if I put on muscle, I have an insanely fast output, even if like it's above my weight class. I necessarily been like a knockout puncher. I've always been fast. Come and see Bob, bro. He'll tell you. But it's self-belief thing. When I before I suffered my first loss, you could have told me this guy can beat you, this guy can beat you, this guy can beat you, this guy can beat you. I wouldn't have, because I always felt like there was something different. When it's you and it's happening to you, you can't put your finger on what it is, but you always feel like there's something different about you than there is to everybody else. And maybe I'm talking to the choir. Maybe I'm preaching to the choir right now, as guys who are music guys who are insanely talented and don't have the props that you should have from it. Maybe I'm talking to you guys. But I don't mean to do that. But honestly, it's like the shit that my coach used to tell me that I look back on now, and I'm like, why did you choose to do something different? Why did you choose to step away from that? Why did you choose to not work so hard on this, that, and the other? And now I'm just average. And if you were to put me into the ring against somebody average, I'd hold my own, I'd be able to defend the right spots, attack the right spots, etc., etc. But I'm going to be average. Whereas I used to be exceptional. And what happened to the exceptional part of me? The exceptional part of me was drilled out of me by people telling me that I wasn't going to be exceptional. And that's the difference. That's the difference.
Because like what it really is like your mind being like, I'm not going to be that good at this thing. I'm just going to hold it back. I really could be like level with this thing, but I'm just going to hold it back.
Well, that's what I always knew. You know what? Honest to God, more than anybody else here, when I look back on me, you always want to think you did better than you did.
Yeah, of course.
When I look back on my boxing and I picture that in my mind's eye, I'm like, I could have been here, I could have done this, I could have done that, I could have done this. I've seen you, fam. I've seen you above the levels that is on. And the same thing with you, Dritz. I've seen you, man, both above the levels that is required to be ridiculously rich, fam. And that's what hurts me.
Yeah, but
doesn't matter because you know what it is. It's different. It's different. No, it's different for me. No, but that's what I'm saying.
I'll put it like this here. If I did this shit for money, yeah, I'd be doing this shit like no matter what. But you see the way the thing works is that like I don't do this for peace. Like I'm not doing this to like guarantee my shit.
I'm not saying you are.
Yeah, I'm saying like I just do this because I like doing this shit. And it's been like that since I was 15 years old, fam. I just fucking like doing this shit, bro.
Well, here's my point. You know, the same way you love music, I used to love boxing. And here's my point, well, right? If I love boxing right now because I don't box, well, I gotta love fighting. No, but hear me out. To enjoy fighting, I love boxing, right? Because I'm far away from my home ground. I don't have this, I don't have that. That side of me brings up a different part of me that I don't like in the world. And I can't, like, what I'm saying to you is your music doesn't bring out a part of you that you hate.
Yeah, there's plenty of records I listen to.
But there's a part of me that I can access at any time, but I can't stand, I hate. Because I've fucked up so many things with that specific part.
Because you done tainted the gift.
No, but it's because I fucked up so many things with that specific thing. Like, do this. I can't do it anymore. Honestly, bro, I can't do it anymore. I'll take any other way out than that for my...
Hey man, I heard there's a bunch of fucking voice notes. Hey, so you better play one of them.
Hey, no, that's you. That's not me, fam.
Nah, the voice notes, fam. It's not me, fam.
Shout out, this is the OnlyMans podcast, episode 104. Live, keep it locked right here on stereo. I am Lucifer, and this is my world, motherfucker.
Man, chill out. I don't know what you said that last bit, but we're not worth that, fam.
I played the round of applause and he started going crazy, bro. Jay Huss on the shit, innit? Like.
I was about to say, yo, hit the man some bombs and some round of applauses and shit, fam.
Hey, man, listen. You have an amazing voice, a very great broadcasting voice, but you can't come on man's broadcast with the Lucifer talk, bro. Like, come on, fam. Like, you know what I
mean? You should announce my next mixtape, fam. But then, don't say no them things there, fam, because I'm gonna chop that shit like a mother.
Yeah, because we was with you, bro. The OnlyMans are like, that shit sounded sexy as fuck, you know what I mean? Like, pause, like, he was killing that shit. And then, like, you just started going crazy, bro. Like, 96 bars of revenge in it. Like, you started going mad in it. But nah, I think the conversations today have been, like, really interested in it. It's been, like, a lot of different directions and shit. And I think again, shout out to Rach. I don't know if she's still there or not, but the concept, the let it go thing, I kind of feel like is the theme of today, and I think like what's being discussed is a lot of different instances where it's not just as simple as let it go, and obviously the context behind those things and stuff. And I do think that it is important to acknowledge those things as well, because yeah, you can just let it go, but as people are, it's not usually that simple in it. And I do think it is worth the discussion and acknowledging the difficulty in those things, because it's exactly to what you lot are saying. Like, without facing that monster, like, you can never slay it. Do you get what I mean? And I think it's important to never fear your dragons in it, because your dragons are there to be slayed. Like, that's the whole point. But the whole thing behind it is that it's not easy. It's not just like you put in the GTA cheat code and you're good. It's like you have to really go beyond yourself to slay that dragon. You know what I mean? And
you see on your dragons. Wait, guys, can I just say something before we even like keep going further? Yeah. See, the thing about your dragons is you're not supposed to slay them motherfuckers. Because, like, if you slay them, if you slay that motherfucker, you're killing a part of you, fam. And then, like, any time that you kill a part of you, when you come back to the reality, everything is different, fam. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
In a different direction to what you wanted to go to when you slay the dragon. Right? It's like you're supposed to like befriend that motherfucker.
But even in that though, so let me like clarify, even in that, like when I say slay, I don't mean like murder. Like, it's however you want to categorize it, you have to overcome this obstacle. That's the point of it. You know what I mean? Like,
as a linguist, you gotta understand, if you're talking about slaying some shit, we're not talking about like playing patty cake with the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? If I say,
again, by definition, as a linguist, as you said, by definition, slay doesn't mean to murder. That's more like colloquialistically speaking, if you use it in that term. But I get the confusion, so let me clarify it. But the essential thing is you have to face your Goliath. Do you get what I mean? David couldn't have been king if he didn't face his Goliath. The reason that they made him king after that is because it's like, rah, bro, you faced a giant and you won. Like, we don't usually beat our giants. Do you get what I mean? Like, the whole thing is about overcoming whatever the obstacle is. And the thing about it is that different people are going to take different routes to get there. Do you get what I mean? It's like going to a venue. Somebody might drive on the main road. Somebody might take the side street. Somebody might take the toll. Somebody might take the tram. There's a whole bunch of different ways to get there. And I'm not going to say to you taking the tram, you're a dickhead for taking the tram because you could just take the main road. Like, there are so many different, as long as you get to where you're supposed to get to and you're actually trying to get there, that's the important thing. Do you get what I mean? So, like, I'm just enjoying sitting back and listening to your discourse and that, because it's just, like, it's interesting. Do you get what I mean? And, like, sorry, go ahead.
What I would say is, some of the best advice that I ever got was, the fastest way to get to where you want to be is slowly. And it really does, like, make a difference when it comes to this whole let it go thing. Like, it's not an instant thing. It takes time, it takes lessons, it takes going wrong and like almost right and then wrong again. And
because everybody thinks that like you gotta get to where you get to now, you gotta be there right now. Like, okay, I'll put it to you like this. Let's say you got whatever, let's say your wildest dreams, and like it just came today, pow, it's here right now, pow, it's here. You're not even gonna know how. You know what I'm saying? You not even know how to fucking hold that shit properly, fam. Like in a way that nurtures that motherfucker. Like, 'cause you can hold some shit, and more time when you hold some shit, like what we've told is like you hold some shit, you gotta hold that shit tight. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, that shit, you know what I'm saying? But it's like if you got like I'll say it like this, If today, just looked at my account and there's £1 billion there, fam. You, man, I'm not gonna lie to you, fam. I'm going fucking mad. Rachel, you want 15 bottles of Dom Perignon? Yeah. You go and drink one of them.
Solo,
you go and drink one of them, but like the other 14 is for you. You want 15 for you too? Yeah, Johnny. Yeah, for you too, bruv. Yeah. We doing that, bruv. Yeah. Grand the bottle, fam. Yeah. But yeah, 15 for you, 15 for you, 15 for
Let me ask you a question, Will. Let me ask you a question, because that's a great point. Let me ask you a question with that. Let me just ask you a question. Because I hear you, and I think that you definitely would do that. But my question to you would be, if you went to buy the bottles one day and your card kept declining because there started to become insufficient funds, would you still continue to act in that manner?
If it was an insufficient funds thing, I'm on the bank, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, fuck you, me. I ain't got enough to buy fucking.
So you call them and they like, yeah, dog, you've been going crazy. Like this is like, there's actually money coming out of this account. Like, you've been going mad, and now there's not enough money there. It's hypothetical, innit? It's hypothetical. I don't want you to like semantic your way out of it. It's hypothetical. Do you get what I mean?
Hypothetically, yeah. If I'm a billionaire, yeah, like, whatever money I spend right now, like, especially if it's something as petty as fucking 100 bottles of champagne, fam. That's nothing, dog. Like, literally, I'm going to wake up and have like 4 times as much as.
I think you're missing the point of what I'm trying to say in it. And again, Johnny, if I'm chatting shit, like, just tell me that I'm chatting shit and I'll stop in it. But the correlation I'm trying to make, because again, the theme we're kind of going with is this let it go thing, right? And and use the analogy of like, yo, if I'm up Billy's, I'm gonna go mad and I'm gonna do this and you can get bottles and you can get bottles, and yeah, because you up and everything's going good because you up and you're willing to do that. What I feel as though Johnny was trying to describe before, with kind of how he fell out of love with boxing and stuff like that, in the analogy, it would be the card declining. And the reason I use that example is because it's easy to speak to what we would do if things were up. But it's not as easy to speak to what we would do when you up and then all of a sudden it goes wrong. And I think that's the more important part of the conversation, because say if you're in that situation and the card declines and then you start to kind of try to maneuver differently because you're like, oh shit, I've been buying these fucking bottles that are like 10,000 each and I'd be buying them by the 100 case. You know what? Let me just buy the £10 bottles instead. Like, you'll maneuver different. And if someone came to you and was like, yo, fam, what the fuck, man? Like, you still got money, bro. You need to be buying the shit, man. You know what I mean? You was buying like that before and they're expecting you to do that. It's like, there has to be an acknowledgement to the change. And the change, although it changes you, that change doesn't always have to be a bad thing. But I think it would be, I guess, not ignorant. Ignorant's not the right word, but it would be not reminisce. It would be, what's the word I'm looking for, man? Fuck. Basically, it would be silly to not discuss that part of it too. Do you get what I mean? Because I think with anything that's good, when it's good, it's fucking great. Do you get what I mean? Like, when it's good, it's great. Look at heroin addicts. Do you get what I mean? When they high off their shit, you can't tell them that's not the greatest thing in the world. But when it comes crashing, it's like it's a different thing. And I think what a lot of people struggle with is after the card declines that first time, after that first knockout in the ring, I know that's not what you said, but just after that first thing that hits you in a tender spot and you feel it, and you've never been hit like that before, like, there has to be an understanding that people react to those things differently, innit? And for some people, and again, I'm taking the conversation away from the specifics, I'm just speaking generally now, but for some people, it's like, I have a brethren who used to go jogging all the time, used to run all the time, and he broke his leg in it. And after he broke his leg, like, it took a while, but his leg healed again, but he never really went like running like that afterwards. I remember I was talking to him about it one time, and he was basically saying, like, you know what it is, bro? Like, I remember when I was fucking thing. I remember when my leg broke, and I remember what that felt like. And I've never felt a pain like that in my life, bro. And it's like, even though I know my leg is healed now, it's like I'm scared to run because what if my leg breaks like that again? It's like it's a psychological thing, you know what I mean? And it's like,
what it is. Let me tell you what it is from suffering like a sports defining injury. And I was a boxer. I was insanely quick then, and I fucked up my shoulder riding motorbikes that I wasn't legally allowed to ride in places that I wasn't at speeds that right. Either way, I fucked my shit up, fam. Yeah, couldn't throw left jabs properly. Couldn't throw my left hand freely as I wanted to. Like it was nothing. I could think about it and throw it, but I'd have to think about it. Whereas before it wasn't.
You have to you second guess the movement in it. Like you second guess it, and like that's also, the more part that man is speaking to in it. It's like when it's good.
Of like, oh, you can't hit that left foot. You might fuck up your shoulder. Before that, unstoppable. After that, I was second guessing everything. And you know what it was, right? I went 9-3 as an amateur, right? It's not terrible. It's not awful. But it's so much worse than I could have been. I can never look at that record as anything else but awful.
And you know what it is? You know what it is, bro? It's like in the terms of like the letting go shit, and I'm not saying let it go, but I'm saying in terms of that, you know what it would be in this like metaphor? It would be you throwing the left, knowing that it could get damaged again. Like that's the key in it, because otherwise you'll always second guess the left until you actually just throw it type shit.
That was this exact conversation. You know what I'm told? Yo, this is what you do in music. Yeah. Imagine what you do in music, and all of a sudden, you didn't feel like you could do it anymore at all.
I'm gonna tell you a secret, Johnny. I'm gonna tell you a secret that a lot of artists won't share with you. Most artists go through that period a lot. Like, I'll tell you, bro, I have, in the journey of me making music and shit, I have looked myself in the mirror many a time and said, bro, like, has the music left you, fam? Like, is this shit not in? Can you not do this anymore? Like, and I know that's not what you're saying. I know that's not what you're saying, but I'm just saying it in the sense of I can understand the thinking. Like, I definitely can understand that thought. And I'm saying the only way to push past it, and I'm not saying to do this or not do it, I'm just saying the only way you ever push past that is just doing it knowing that you can fail. It's high risk, high reward shit. It's like the only way to push past the mental block of it, not the actual thing. Because yeah, with throwing your left or with music or whatever, you still have to work at it and shit. But the mental block part of it is like, I have to do this knowing that there's a chance that I'm going to fail horribly. But I have to bet on myself type of shit. Or not, but...
I don't know. You know what it is, yeah? I don't deep will about this shit because he's not about the violence thing. He doesn't like that. So I don't talk to man properly about that. But Driz, honestly, yeah, there's a part of me that misses that part of life so much that I can't describe, because everything I ever do around, no matter how successful, even when I was running the Mad Hunter and you came to that shit and you put on gigs at that motherfucker, fam, and like, no matter how much I look back on it, it will always be a failure to me, because there's a part of me that believes, because of what I used to do when I was young, because there's a part of me that still holds on to what I could have been, and I'm not right now. And that's what hurts me, fam. And it's not about like, oh, these man think this and this man think. It's not. I don't care. Like, honestly, Triz, you know me, bro. I'm like you. You know I don't care about all that shit, fam. You know I don't care about any of that. It's not about what anybody else thinks of me. It's about what I think of me. And for the past couple of years, bro, on a real, like, it's been hard because I know what I'm capable of and I know what I'm doing right now, and they don't correlate. And it's hard as a man to turn around and be like, yo, what I'm capable of is not being achieved right now. But when I thought I had what I wanted to achieve, bro. You know how many times I've had the dream of having you and Will perform on my live events and shit. And then that shit came true, and I put it on at my own restaurant and blah 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 blah, and it never went up from there. And I always believed it would go, and for you, man, it went up from there. You've had bare more successful projects since that. You've done things. You've both done things since then. No. But hey, listen. You've both done things since. You've both done
Land. Okay, go.
No. But hold on. For me, yeah, that was always my aim. I was gonna have this thing. You guys could do whatever you wanted, whenever you wanted. The place was yours as it was mine. Me casa a su casa, but with a business. Do you know what I mean? And I had that in my fingertips, and no matter, like, you might say, oh, you didn't fail that, this failed that, and this failed that. I had that in my fingertips, and you, man, were all there on plate, fam, getting paid from the same shit, and I didn't like it the way I want.
I'll give you a different perspective then, because
no, Driz, imagine how you'd feel, yeah, like I was your boy, because Driz, I care about you, man. If I didn't care about you, man, it'd be I failed the business. Honestly, Driz, it's happened to me twice before. The third time was the one that hurt. Oh, Maggie, oh, your boy has just landed. Magiano has just landed. Literally hit all the buttons. Yo, what are you saying, my boy? Yeah, is that shit on speaker? Yeah, of course. No, you're saying. Hey, yo, what are you saying? You good? Yeah, we're doing the podcast right now, fam. See, trust me, I'm not supposed to be involved in this. I'm like, this is a special occasion, fam. Do you know what I mean?
No, it's the 2 year thing, man. Like, no, it's again, it's funny how everything's playing out. You know what I mean? It's good. You know what I mean? It's all playing out the way it's playing out right now, and it's cool. I'll offer you a different perspective though, because yeah, I think a lot of times when you have these conversations, people will come with the angle of like, nah, bro, it wasn't you, and you know this, and you know what I mean, you did well. And I know that when you don't feel that way, when people say that, you kind of just want to go like actually shut the fuck up in it. Like, you understand that they're saying it because they care and they love you, and like you get it, but in your heart of hearts, you were like, bro, I don't want to hear none of that shit in it. So I'll give you a different perspective. Just you did fail, like you failed, and what I would challenge you to do is to learn how to be okay with that before you even start thinking, all right, the next thing and the this and the that and the that for you. And again, tell me shut the fuck up, that's fine, but I would say your biggest thing is to learn how to be okay with failure, because failure is an ultimate and a necessary part of success. You can't succeed without failing. Do you get what I mean? And it's like,
my old coach used to tell me the same thing, right? And he said something. Basically, what he said is everybody will tell you throughout life there is no such thing as failure. You do this, but there's no such thing as failure. Failure is never an option, right? And that's the thing you're always supposed to look at when you look at fact. Failure is never an option. But the fact is, Driz, and this is something nobody will ever tell you apart from somebody who's been in them grounds before, in them late rounds before, with no way out and no way to win. And I've been in that situation before, and I've come out of that situation not victorious. As much as I wish I could tell you, as much as I wish on my heart I could tell you, yeah, I came out of them. I've come out of those situations and I've lost on points in a fight I believe I should have won, but I haven't. Right. Because of some bullshit decision, because of some bullshit. And as much as it is like, oh, you know, matter if you believe you'll do this, you'll do that. Everybody believes some. You think the guy that's opposite side of you hasn't been told the exact same shit as you. You think they don't have a backstory. You think you're the main character and they're all NPCs, but it's not like that.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own shit. Everybody's shit is deeper than yours, fam. Do you know what I mean? The reason you got into this shit can't compare to the reason they got into that shit. And that's what I realized when I got into this shit, fam. Like, when you deal with people who fight on a daily basis and you know what that shit's like, Driz, because you grew up in the same area as man, fam. And I might not have spent that many years there, but bro, like, I lived there many years after I moved. Do you know what I mean? I moved.
The city was what it was at that
I
time.
know how that is, fam. I know exactly what LS7 is, bro. I know exactly what that shit is, fam. So I know you haven't grown up without that, but you know what it's like, fam. You can never show weakness. You can never fuck up. You can never do some shit to put you on a case of like, Drizzy's is a soft touch. If we need his wallet, man, it's there, fam. If we need his shoes, they're there. Do you get what I mean? You can never be that. So the fear of being that always makes you be like, I'm gonna be this, I'm gonna be that, I'm gonna be Otis from Top Boy, I'm gonna be from not from Top Boy, from The Wire. I'm gonna be my man from Top Boy. What was his name from you know from Ting back in the day, but the young you anyway, the younger of the youths.
Michael B.
Yeah, Michael. Yeah. That's his name. I always forget every time, but yeah, he's sick. He's a sick actor. But still, you know what I'm saying, fam. Like, you can't make that up. You can't. It's hard.
I'll tell you,
it's hard,
bro. I'll tell you, man, because I hear
know what it is.
Because I hear you. Do you get what I mean? I think, and again, I can't advise you.
People like you with a talent who grew up in a bad area, and managed to get away from the area. I see people like Will who grew up with a talent in a good area. Do you know, like, for both of you, man, I wish the same shit. I don't want you to rely on what you came from, because what you came from is some fucked up shit. Like, I know Will, fam. I know, man, fam. Like a man might have been here since he was 9, 10 back them days and lived in. But I know, man, from before that, fam. I know what he's been like. Do you know what I mean? There's a when you've been in the same vicinity as somebody and you've been in the trenches of man, you know, man, and like that's my boy, fam. That's the same thing with you, fam. Like, ooh.
I think the main thing I'll sort of say, like, just before you carry on, like, the main thing I'll say, like, just to like the lead shit and that, I think if you were like anywhere around the city when, like, at that time when it was just metaphorically on fire, like, and I don't mean that in a good way. I think that there was a lot of things that people internalized and shit in it.
No. Like, just you were from Leeds, fam. You remember the riots in it?
Yeah.
Right. So this shit, like, around the millennium, because I remember that shit. Me, we all went to stay at my nan's house because it was in the sticks of Leeds, not in the sticks of Leeds, but like in our like cul-de-sac areas, kind of thing.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like she'd leveled up from the Chapelton days. Do you know what I mean? So we're talking Farsley right now, which isn't like a nice, but do you know what I mean? It's like a little bit more out of the.
Yeah,
it's out of it's not in Chapelton, for example. Do you know what I mean? So we've moved out of Chapelton at this point, and this is when we got burgled bare times and we had to leave. This was after Chapelton. I don't know if you remember, because you might be bare young, or because I remember that shit, because we had to evacuate the house, leave, go stay at my nan's house, and all that sort of shit. And we're watching on the news, innit? But there was riots in Leeds when both me and you were about, I don't know, 7, 8 times. But yeah, them times there, fam, like, man, moved still. That's when I first. That's when they first came down here, and then I came down here after in it. But that's when they first came down here. They were like, "Oh, Ingleton," and then Ingleton's not that far away from Morecambe because Ingleton's well expensive because it's like a little village kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So it's like all people who are retired and have been there for time and have peas and shit. So that was out of the place we were staying at the time of the riots was out of the option when we were looking to move, because that's when we got burgled bare times. I told you and Will this story bare times. Like we got bare times in a short space of time. So the place we were looking at moving was bare expensive because it was like for like old retired people, innit? So that's when we ended up in Morecambe, and that's how I ended up meeting Will, because me and him randomly met up. How long had you been living in Morecambe before I got there? I got there, so I got there like 2014, like late 2013, early 2014. Like that was the
2013.
Yeah. So you hadn't been there long, innit? Like me and you, because I remember me and you were both being new to the area, innit? Yeah, because I remember both me and you being new to the area and not really knowing like where we were, kind of thing, like kind of being able to. But yeah, I remember like that. Like
You was new still.
mm.
Same time.
I'd say back to like what we were actually talking about and stuff. Like back to just that for a second. I think without even getting too conflated in like all the shit. I think ultimately we all like in some way, shape, or form. Again, we're all just a collection of our experiences and our environment in it. And as much as those experiences are beneficial, they can also be like detrimental as well. And ultimately, there's no way to avoid detriment. There's no way to avoid loss or failure or any of those things. Like the only thing that's promised to us in this life is death. You know what I mean? And I think that while we're here, because again, even just think about this, man, like we, as a sperm cell, you know what I mean? Like there's millions of sperm cells, bro. It's a fucking race. And even the fact that we just here and we made it is like a statistical anomaly, you know what I mean? And I just think while we here, the best that we can do for ourselves, no matter what the fuck the experience is, win, lose, draw, whatever, is just really give it a go, because the ultimate alternative is just ultimately to not be here. I think all of the other shit, we can talk about it and get into the nuance and get into the shit and yeah, but I think the ultimate thing is like, we're here, like we have the ability to move around and do shit, and we can either try to do shit or not. Like it really is that. And I think a lot of times we'll trick ourselves and make ourselves believe that we might be doing stuff when we're really not, or that we're not really doing stuff when we really are. Like we trick ourselves a lot with shit like that. And I think the best thing anybody can try and do is any part of themselves that is like, I don't like that part of myself, or I don't, you know what I mean? Anything like that. The best thing you can do is face your Goliath in it. Because as long as your Goliath is there and you don't face him, then he runs the show. Because no matter what the fuck you try and do, at some point he's gonna pull up and be like, "Aye, my G, you gotta get through me if you want to do this, bro." And I think ultimately the best way we can try to empower ourselves, if lack of a better term, is to at least try to face the Goliath. Now, mind you, bro, Goliath is gonna punch you in your shit. Like he's not there to have a tickle fight with you. Do you get what I mean? He's not there to play with you and paint your nails, bro. Goliath is gonna kick you in your chest, Sparta style, my nigga. You know what I mean? He's gonna go crazy on you, bro. But that's the whole purpose. That's his purpose. You know what I mean? And your purpose is to dig deep enough within yourself. Pause. Like, is to dig deep enough within yourself to like find what you need to find to overcome your Goliath. Do you get what I mean? And that's gonna manifest and happen differently for different people. There's no one size fits all in life type shit. Apart from the experience of life itself, if you look at it on like a macro level. Because you look at a macro level, really, we all just ants on the anthill. Really. Do you know what I mean?
Really, listen, we even zoom out the more, fam. Really, we all just live.
Do you know what I mean?
I thought,
and you keep zooming out and you keep zooming out, and it's all just one thing, back to what you were saying before, but without getting too spacey and airy and fairy and shit about it. Like, I just think the best thing anybody can try to do to just improve their own life is to face themselves in it. Like, it's so easy for us to kind of do it to other people and go ham for other people and believe in other people and shit like that. And I think the most difficult thing for a lot of people is to face yourself. And that's not like a one-time occurrence. It's not like you do it once and then you're cured for life. It's a constant rotating door. Do you get what I mean? And you have to constantly face yourself. And even if you're not happy with what you see, understand that it's okay to feel that way for a time, because all of these things serve purpose. And I always say, if you feel something and that you're going through something, there's something to learn from it. It's kind of like a level in a video game, innit? It's like, if you keep clocking the level and you go to the next portal to go to the next level, and it keeps saying like, nah, you've not completed the level, then you got to go back and do the level again until you really complete. It's like, oh shit, this whole time I was supposed to find this key over here. I just been killing these niggas and going mad. I'm not even looking for it. Like, do you get what I mean? It's like, if you ever, and again, I'm not speaking specifically to Johnny or Will or Rachel or anyone, this is more just general now, but like, if you're ever stuck in like a rut, you feel stuck in life, or depleted by life, or defeated by life, whatever it might be. It's like, if you're stuck on this level, it's because there's something you haven't completed on this level yet. There's something that you're supposed to find. There's an achievement you're supposed to unlock that you're going to need to go to the next level, because the game is designed where it's not going to let you go to a next level that your character doesn't have the fucking equipment and shit for. Like, I know this is a shit metaphor right now, but it's just, everything that we go through serves purpose in it. Like, we live under this guise of like good and bad and all this sort of shit, but everything is just experience and perspective. And one thing can happen to somebody. Somebody's in a car crash, let's say. So someone's in a car crash. For the one person, that could be the worst thing that could happen, and my car's wrecked and I ain't got the money to fix it, and it could be a mad thing. They could get hurt, all sorts of shit. For another person, the other person may be in the car crash. That could be some like, rah, you know what's mad, bro? Like, I was about to go and do like a mad thing. I was about to go and kill my baby mums, or I was about to go and do a mad thing. A man crashed his whip, bro.
But then I didn't do that because
man was in this car crash, bro. Do you know what I mean? And it might just be like a little fender bender or whatever the fuck. I'm just using it as an example to say, like, life happens to everybody, and what's internalized is how we perceive those things. And once the perception is set in, it's set in. I say the same thing about addiction, innit? If you're somebody that's ever suffered with addiction, and I don't just mean being addicted to white or being addicted to brown, or, I mean, people get addicted to work, people get addicted to fucking clubbing, you can get addicted to anything, innit? And I say, once you're addicted to something in life, you have the propensity to always be able to become addicted to something. Like, once that kind of part of your brain, that serotonin part, is unlocked and shit, you have the propensity to become addicted to anything. And I always say, it's not about trying to get rid of your addiction. Like, you should never try and get rid of your addiction, because that's very difficult. But it's about shifting your addiction and finding a way to put that energy into something that's going to benefit you. You know what I mean? So again, I'm just using this because it was part of the conversation we had. I'm not speaking to it specifically, but even when Johnny was saying like that, when he's in that world, like, a part of him misses it, but he doesn't like who he is at that sort of thing. It's like, I get that in it. And I think the fact that there's a part that misses it means that there is a yearning for something. There's something there that has some kind of value. Otherwise, why would you miss it? And it's like, don't run from that shit. Like it's a part of you, bro. Like, and it's
Yeah,
in you
and
for a
that,
reason,
and
innit?
that
Pause.
is
Shit.
doing it.
Pause.
Yeah, pause like a mouth.
But like that's there, and it's like if it's not beneficial in that particular way of manifesting it, i.e., something like boxing, it's like find an avenue, a niche, a space in life where you can put that energy into it and get that same. I don't know in it. Like again, it's not. I'm not trying to give man the answers because I don't have the answers, bro. All we have is experience
I
and
will
perspective.
don't have the
You know what I mean?
answers. All we do is just
And
be
again,
like,
the ultimate thing
I would
isn't about trying to give man answers. It's about having dialogue and discourse where, at the very least, the pod is finished, everyone go their separate ways, and you just think about something that was said. You know what I mean? Like you, in not to paraphrase Secret Life of Will, but sowing seeds in it. Do you get what I mean? It's like that's the ultimate thing.
our friend.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, oh shit. I thought you cut off or something. But yeah,
oh no, no,
nah,
no,
you
no.
right. Yeah, it's like yo, everything again. What the whole thing of like what I was saying about the mind being the reality, I'm taking it all the way back. Like yo, every decision that you make is validating whatever it is that you believe about the reality. If that
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah,
So like you then start making decisions that are against whatever it is that's normal for the group, let's say. That's you being against the grain, right? But then like if you start doing that shit against your own mental conditioning, like you something else now, fam. Like you lit can the thing that they say, oh yeah, you can be anything in this world that you want. Yeah, you can be anything in this world that you want that's constrained inside of these constraints because like we the ones that's telling you that shit. But it's
yeah.
like, yo, once you get past that part, it's like, yo, you 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 begin to perceive it. That even that same saying, yeah, you begin to perceive it past what they intended you to perceive. Yeah, you can be anything. I.e., yeah, you can be a plumber or this that. But now, yeah, man can be the person that invented blah blah blah, and this shit formed
You
society.
know
And
what I think it is though. You know what I think it is. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry, but like, I think the discussion that, and again, what I like about you is like you always go straight to like the optimistic side of shit, and like again, it
right,
speaks to like the character of who you are and stuff, and I think that's dope. I think where the conversation can get a bit chopped up sometimes is like when I'm not saying just you, but like when you say like once you get past that, and for a lot of people, the get
no,
past that part is the difficult
but then,
part in it.
okay.
You know what I
I,
mean?
I am not talking to everyone because I know very well, yeah, that not everybody's gonna get past that shit. I know that there's gonna be a subset of people that will get past that. Yeah, they will get past looking at things as black and white and looking at things as if it's like a chessboard. Yeah, there's only a certain amount of people that will do that shit. But I realized that, like, yo, if I try to speak to everyone all the time, yeah, nobody's gonna understand me because the
No,
people that
that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
understand me when I say what I'm saying are gonna be like, oh yeah, nah, this guy's trying to like wash it down. We don't fuck with that. At the same time, the same motherfuckers I'm trying to talk to and shit, it's like, yeah, oh yeah, nah, this guy spitting water out of his mouth, but the shit doesn't even, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no flavor in that bitch, ain't no shit. So I
Nah,
can't do
I
both.
get you, man. I get
You know
you,
what I'm
man.
saying?
Like, and
So
again,
yeah,
that's why when I said it, I didn't want to say it like, bro, you, because it's not like a bad thing. It's good. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's good to do that. I think not, I wouldn't just say for myself, but I think again, when like having these sort of conversations, what I try to remember, as thing as it sounds, is like this is a broadcast that people are listening to in it. And where you're right, you can't speak to everybody all the time. Absolutely. You're right.
Of course.
But I think even in the realm of, say, even the get past it thing we said, like even in that, I think there's a spectrum of that, where there's a spectrum of people who will like run right through that shit and they'll get
I
past
feel
it and they're
you
gone and they're
taking
clean.
me being like, oh yeah, get past that shit as a certain way of like, oh yeah, get over that shit. No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying once you perceive past that shit. So like you might not get over that shit completely, but there's gonna come a time where you perceive over that shit.
Yeah.
It's like when I'm saying like once you get past that shit, I'm saying like yo, once you perceive past the point of being like okay, yeah, this, like, you know what I'm saying? That's, and not everybody will ever get there. Like only maybe like a 1% of all the people that are on this earth will get to the point where they like look past being like, oh yeah, I'm so hurt because this happened. And then be like, oh yeah, but then like, oh, the way I'm acting, how's that making me, like, how's that making the people around me feel?
Right.
Because the way that I'm reacting to this scenario, only a couple 1%, 2% people, only a small percentage of people will get to that point. And then an even smaller percentage of those people will actually get to acting and being like, you know what, yeah, I shouldn't do this no more, fam. I should do better shit, fam. And actually do the actual, like, I should do better shit, fam. You see what I'm saying? It's like the whole thing is based on how the mind works. We've established this from before, yeah. It's like what the dominant frequency is in upstairs is what's gonna manifest. For me, again, you know what I mean? Like I feel like in the last, yeah, it's recent. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm seeing, oh, I'm hearing all this news shit about like this and that, and I'm hearing all this dumbass shit about like fucking the students. Oh yeah, they're doing graduating. I'm hearing all the shit about yeah, from Schofield, they even suck somebody's dick or whatever. Like, yeah, I'm saying, like it's in the last couple of weeks, I've just been bombarded with bullshit.
Right.
But then I'm starting to recognize that that's because of a change in the whole environment, in the whole operation. Everything's changed now, fam. You know what I'm saying? Like where I used to be around people that would be like, oh yeah, the football, yeah, the football. Now, you know what I'm saying? I'm around motherfuckers that'll be like, yeah, cut Radio 2 on real quick and we'll just get the work cracked out.
Yeah.
And on Radio 2, that's what you hear. Oh, yeah, somebody suck somebody's dick. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Oh, yeah, you should do that. Oh, yeah, it's fucked up. Oh, hey, in other news, goddamn, the ex-prime minister, like the ex-prime minister said, like, oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, this all day, like, all day. And all that shit keep creating people's reality. I know I'm like tangenting, but like the wickedest thing about me tangenting is that like it's all connected. As long as I can keep bringing it back in the loop, you're gonna see how it's all connected.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what I'm letting you go in it. Like that's what I'm letting you go, bro.
And yeah, the way I'm bringing back in the loop is that like yo, all those people. There's millions of people out there in the UK that'll be like sitting in their office or whatever, listening to goddamn radio too. They're having the same reactions as everyone else. Oh yeah, one person in the office is like, oh yeah, that's bullshit. The other person in the office is like, yeah, that's cool. I believe in that shit. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Doing what it's supposed to do, right? But at the same time, those people are not only just doing what they're supposed to do, they're doing something very specific, which is very much changing the behavior of the people that are listening.
Are
Much
you doing
like
a
a magic
barbecue?
spell. Huh?
Are you doing a barbecue?
Nah, there's just a little fire. We try to have a little fire, but then like rain is making it sizzle
Oh,
and shit.
I can hear crackling in it. I can hear like the crackling and shit.
Yeah, nah, it's just the rain falling on the fire. I'm standing outside, fam. I'm standing next to the fire and shit.
Oh, you
know
lot should
what
do
I'm
a
saying?
barbecue, man.
Right.
If you've got your food there.
Hey, you stopped me from cooking right now, fam. Man's cooking right now, fam. I don't even know what I was stirring. Which pot I was stirring, fam.
If I say I don't know what pot I was there. So what you lot doing right now?
Huh?
So what you lot doing right now?
We're kicking it, fam. Like, obviously, Mags just landed not very long ago, do you know what I mean? And, we just here, fam. Yeah. It's like a full house, fam.
Nah, that sounds live, man. Yeah, that sounds live, bro. That sounds live, bro. Nah, it's been a very interesting episode. It's been a very interesting episode.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, fam. It's been a mad one. It's been a very mad one.
Thank you for having me.
Oh no, we're not finished.
Oh no, we're not finished. Oh no, we're not finished.
Yay! No, we're not done. We're not done, love. We're still here.
To be fair, I want to hear some more insight from Rachel. Like I kind of like the perspective that's been added. You know what I mean? I feel like the man them have taught bear and bear and bear. You know what I mean? I'm sure the people want to hear a girl voice at this point. You know what I mean? Will's like, nah, bro, fuck that. You're gonna hear my voice, nigga.
Nah, at some point, you gonna hear me one day. You're gonna be like, God damn. Should listen to him. He was spitting that day.
Nah, it's been a lot of days, man. It's been a lot of days you spitting, bro. It's good shit, man. It's good shit. Do you know what I mean? It's good shit.
If I ever need any like wise advice, I'll always go for slow, like always. Even though it annoys me sometimes, it really does, because that's my ego. Because he'll always be like, "Oh, well, you know, give me the other person's opinion and things like that." And obviously, in my head, my perception, I'm just like, "Nah, Will, like you need to back my side, thank you."
Yeah,
I don't want to hear that.
Side,
No,
too,
I know
I just want to understand the situation.
I'll be like, I know it's right. I know it's right what you're saying, but I don't want to believe it right now.
But I don't want to hear that shit right now. Yeah.
I'm with you still, but I want to know what the picture is. I want to know the. I'm with you. I'm still gonna back you, but I just want to know how did it get.
Well, I think it's important to have people like that around you. Do you know what I mean? I think it's very easy, like, especially if someone's upset or like very passionate about certain, like, it'll be very easy to just like pacify them and just, yeah, you're right type shit. But I think it is good to have people around you that hold you accountable to some degree. Where it's like, all right, I hear what you're saying, but like, all right, tell me the other shit then, like, so at least.
I think it has to be a certain type of direction that is given in order to be like received in the right way. You know, like some people, because we all have different like mechanisms for dealing with things and for giving our advice on things. But like, I think it's just one of them where, you know, especially you, you're such a open-minded, relaxed person. You're so slow. Sometimes you're in reverse.
Yeah, more time I'm in reverse. You never knew.
I'm time
traveling backwards.
That perspective is really needed, because before like we all like met each other, I had the opposite perspective. I was very like hyperactive with everything, like very quick thinking, like quick judging and things like that. And then they sort of brought me back, and they're like, you know, like I was very anxious about not getting this done, and they were like, nah, you know, just chill. you know, and it's that perspective. I think that's so important to have that in your group. Like, you know, when people just go for people who are very similar to themselves. And a very good quote is like, I think, you know, you can see where you're going to be in the future by looking at the people you surround yourself with. You know, like I can tell what you're going to be in the future just by the people that you surround yourself with.
This is right. So another way of like the same saying but in a different like way is you become most like the first 5 people that you see on a daily basis. So on a consistent basis. So I see you, Will, you see that. So on a consistent basis, it's normally more times people that you work with. Because that's who you wake up, and the first hour that you remember while you're awake, once you fully left sleep, got changed, got dressed, got showered, went work,
and came
more
back.
time it's them people that you remember. It's the first 5 people since you awake on a morning are the people that you become the most like. Exactly what Rachel said. Like the people that you associate with, your group. Who propels you in the week? So if I spend my first 3 hours with Max, and he might be going work, I might be going work, but for the first hour and a half before we set off, we're talking about some shit that we're about to do outside of work. Elevating. The other alternative is we're just talking about, we can't be from home.
It's true. It's true, but it's also about like the length of time and the energy that you're given to these people as well. Like you can work with people, and if you're self-aware enough to understand like the logistics of sociology and how like we work in social constructs within our workplace, then you sort of understand like what's safe and what's not safe. But like I always find that like whenever, no matter what problem I have, if I like come to certain people to help resolve that will always depending on who I go to with that information, depends on what they're going to tell me and how I'm going to react to that. So it's so important to choose the people you got around for certain things. Like if I'm looking to make myself more efficient and like, you know, getting like 50 million things done in a day and like learning better memory and stuff, I'm definitely not going to come to this household. No. But if I need advice on how to handle a situation,
I would advise you myself.
Yeah, exactly. But when it comes to like advising a situation, when it comes to emotions, I find especially because these are guys and being a woman, like I'm not saying that all women are like this. It's just my personal perspective, like from my point of view and my experience, that you know I can sometimes like I've got the quickest temper out of everyone here. Like I know that.
You know what it is, Rachel.
They just calm me the fuck down, and that's good to have.
So what it is, Rich, when you come to me for advice, right, what it is, I'll always try to be the person I would try to be to me if I was in front of a fight situation and I was trying to back myself down. Because you don't back down easy. And I don't back down easy. Because what it is, it's like, alright, if you've questioned me on some shit, we can talk, we can be. But if you've challenged me on some shit and been like, alright, this is some shit we've got to fight about, there's a different like layer of proving. There's a different layer of proving ground. There's a different layer of like perspective around that shit, because it's like, alright, so it's not just like you've not just made an action and accidentally offended me. You've gone out of your way to be like, yo, I know this pisses you off, but what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, no, I'd fight you.
That's the thing. That's the whole like. This is almost like right now as I'm looking at you, disrespectfully, just looking you in your eyes like that. I can't deal with that, because I was always told if somebody does that shit to you, because you have to react before they do, because there's always something coming after you. If somebody looks at you like that, so there's certain ways that you. But there's certain ways where you can't look at somebody, you can't do this, you can't do that, because it triggers something in you. It's but like,
to be fair, no, because like I feel like, and this is what I mean. You are who the people like that you surround yourself with. I feel like I can't react like that because I'm always like reminded different by having relaxed people around me, like, or wise people. It's not even about money either. It's not about having rich people around you or make you rich. Like that's not the purpose. It's about like the ambitions these people have, the dreams these people have, the drive that people have. If people are just happy to sit there and do fuck all, then you're gonna find that comfortability within that social circle. That's just human nature. And that's why if you find people, even if they aren't like up there on the top or whatever yet, if they are ambitious, if they are driven, if they, you know, have good morals, more in particular, like for me, because that's what I value, you know, and it's whatever you value. And it can go on and on. It's really fascinating. Like I love studying anthropology and socioanthropology for these sort of reasons, like the science of influence. If anyone looks into that, that is something really important to go into, you know. All of it's really, really interesting.
Sombrero. What is that? The same sombrero.
Very interesting dialogue indeed. Very interesting dialogue. I'm enjoying like just listening. To be fair, like you know what I mean. I'm enjoying.
I thought I was boring you, but to be honest.
No, please.
Keep
One thing I did want to mention. So you know when you were talking about Goliath earlier,
Right.
so there's a really good book that I've started reading, and it's called The Underdog, Misfits, and the Art of Battling Giants. And it's basically about coming from the bottom to the top and looking at all these different case studies where that's happened in a way where people have been intuitive and very creative of the way that they have handled that situation, which has brought them into this where they've ended up, right? And David and Goliath was one of the first case studies it looked into. And it basically looked into the actual science behind it. Like Goliath, like scientific, like his body, like his biology would have, I don't know the actual name of it, but where your body basically has this hormone where it just keeps on growing. And, you know, we get these people who obviously have that deficiency. So they end up with that.
Pituitary.
something dumb like giantism.
Well, they had, yeah. So that's actually
it's your pituitary gland in it. Like that's what causes that hormone.
Exactly.
No matter what.
So that was the same situation with Goliath. But with that, obviously, there's always a natural balance into this world. And with that came a balance where normally people with that condition or very common that condition lose things like their eyesight and other parts of their body because of that deficiency, and other sort of senses like that. And there was actually said, like when they looked into the science of it, that Goliath didn't have very good vision, and David would have seen this because he's very used to having to deal with like predators, you know, when he's guarding his flock.
Yeah.
And the way that a predator's view is when it comes to cats and like, you know, large cats and wolves and things like that, like, you know, their the way that they see it is more on instinct, on movement. So when they see something move, you know, that's when their sort of eyesight is triggered. And that's the same situation that he is used to. So he recognized that. Like, it's just looking into all of these things. So it's really important to see that, like, it's not necessarily about, like, all just biblical myth and things like that. Like, these things actually happen.
The actual story, the actual shit behind it.
The way that you handle that, the way that you learn from these situations and just be more observational and more aware can change the entire outcome of what you do, you know, and little things.
You see, every holy book that there's out there, whatever religion that you are, it's like a piece in the fractal pattern, fam. This is the same reason why, Okay, wait, before I even go far, a fractal pattern is a pattern that repeats infinitely inwards and outwardly, meaning you can zoom into its particulates and it will still look the same. You can zoom all the way out until it's goddamn galaxies. It's still the same, yeah. Like that shit is like a fractal pattern, fam. Yeah, and you can't like whichever way that you try and like bend the pen, it still comes out the same message. Yeah, whichever way that you try and like bend the language or bend the understanding, like if one was to really sit and really intake all of that shit, it all distills to the same thing. Right?
It's like what man said before, innit? It's like some people take the train, some people take the highway. Like, it doesn't really matter how you get there. The important thing is getting there.
Kind of goddamn transportation you used to get there, you still gonna get to the fact that, like, there's God, and there's God inside you. Well, there's God inside you, and then God said, hey, go do things, and, like, do things. Yeah, at some point, you know, in the stories, oh yeah, he might have been pissed off with what people doing or whatever. But, like, we're still here doing things and things, making stuff, making babies, making more of ourselves, multiplying, doing stuff, building countries and empires and all this bullshit. Yeah. We're still here doing the same shit that he left us to do all those eons and millennia ago, dog. We're here now, fam. We've been doing this for fucking eternity, fam. We've been out here, fam. Because the one thing that physics has proven to us all, yeah, is that energy, yeah, is something pure. It's past organic. It's past this. It's something that just is, fam. It's like a constant of the universe. It's something that just is, yeah. So it takes energy to run your consciousness and your body. Yeah, it takes energy for all this stuff to be happening. All these cell transfers that are happening so that, like, your body can, like, live and move and breathe and heartbeat and fucking all that dumb shit. Yeah, nah, actually I say all that dumb shit. Yeah, all that good shit. Yeah, I'm saying it's all just because God fell asleep one day and said, hey, man, I like that dream that I had about being the thing that was just, like, you know, exploring the universe. It was cool. And I was, like, constricted to the same place and you know, yeah, and there was, like, yeah, but there wasn't much to, like, interact with. And I'll make some trees next time. I'll put some, I don't know, some things that do things and they make fruits and I can, like, taste it and be like, oh yeah, tasty, yeah, gross, that, right? So I fall asleep this one time, sleep, dream, there I am, God in the dream. Ah, hey, a fruit tree. Ah, oh man. Like dogs, you've seen dogs in their dreams, and they do the thing, and then, like, their paws start moving, like they walking and shit, and then they start, like, running in the dream. They running, like, they're running in the dream, and then all of a sudden they catch the thing that they catch in, and then, like, they just chill out.
He's doing all the actions, like, for this as well. Like.
It's like, yo, but then this is what I'm saying. It's like, yo, you're a piece of the fractal of God, the one that they say is the creator, right? Which I guess is the creator. If you the source, the divine source of all that is, like, perceivable, then, like, you it, right? You there, yeah. You're having a dream where you've split yourself 8 billion times, fam. But then you've not only split yourself 8 billion times, because
twice or once, and then
my dear, how many people live on Earth today?
We're at like 9.
Oh, we're like at 9 billion, right? Okay, we say 9. We say 9 billion, right? All of those people have a piece of the creator within them, which means that the creator till now keeps splitting and splitting and splitting. The end goal is to find a place where there's unity. The end goal is to find a place where everything comes together again. It's like, okay, God has decided to move between colors, let's say, yeah, and in a rainbow, let's say red and orange are next to each other. Orange is already a transition color. We know that orange is already like a transition color here, right? So like it's somewhere between red and orange. And like what we're doing is moving through the experience of being pure red, oh, some orange, as a pure human race, or like you as a soul, right? Okay. We're not like, never mind everything else that's outside and around you, because that might not even be real like that. But you're there, you're here, you can observe what you can observe in it, and it's like you're moving through the degrees of what life looks like, from being a baby to being old to being dead, to being a baby to being old to being dead to being a baby. Like you're moving through all of those things, right? But then see how they taught us that like a graph like is a linear thing, right? It goes like horizontally. From one side to the other. What if the graph was going in a 45-degree angle upwards, and you're going up and down, up and down, and up and down, but then you're still moving on an upward trajectory all the time? That's what this is. It's like you've been here. You've not been here in these conditions, how it is now, and everything's the way the same shit. But it's like you were here when fucking people were wearing pelts and running around with clubs and shit. You were here when motherfuckers was running around with spears trying to catch fucking wild ass animals. With the recycled energy, with the atoms that have been going around. You're the only energy that there is. If you're a drop of the ocean, you're the ocean, right? Like, if you went today to, let's say, like Morecambe Bay, and just like scooped a abyss full of seawater, right? And put a lid on it. For reference, he's got like a tiny little jam jar. A little jam jar. Yeah, you scoop a little jam jar full of ocean water, you put the lid on that motherfucker. Yeah, you bring that shit back to your house. That's still the ocean, right? Yes, of course. Oh, is it? It's a part of the ocean. Just the singular part. You see? Because like the whole can't function, like a piece can't function without the whole. Of course, yeah, no, agreed. Right? Agreed. So what the whole is the sum of pieces, and if a piece like lands somewhere over there, it doesn't stop being part of the whole. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You still are God, you still are the source intelligence, but you're just a piece, and you look at things a different way because you landed in material a different way. You landed inside of the body that you're in, and you just see things away from. There's things that you experience that then even like crafted and enhanced that vision that you have. Yeah, no. But it's like ridiculous. No, agreed. You know what I mean? It's interesting to think though that even though we are basically made obviously a pool of like, you know, the same atoms and the same energy, because it is from what we know in science and physics, that it's a physical principle that energy cannot be destroyed nor created, it can only be transferred. And obviously the atoms within our body have a load of energy, and that just obviously dependent on your view in this life, depends on, you know, what you think goes with that. But I think okay. I came to a realization. You see, like all the books here, all the good books.
All
the religious texts, right?
But like every religion, or like just
like every religion, they basically lay out a blueprint where like you should like go around and like do good. You should love thy neighbor, and you know what I'm saying. You should like help out your peoples, and you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. All that. There's other things that then come with it, where it's like that's a distortion of like if these people don't like think like you think you should kill them. Type shit, like that's distortion, right? But like the core message is like you should go around and love everybody because basically everybody is you, and if you don't like something that somebody did, it means that like there's something in that you don't like that you do, that's in you, and you fighting that already, and the fact that it's manifesting in your like physical, like I can see that shit, it's disgusting you because like that's me too, but then you don't have a way to be like to you, that's you too, and you fucking die. You just like, that's bullshit, you fucking die. You know what I mean?
But isn't it interesting that without that sort of, without those negative emotions, or however you would look at them, sins or things that make us in a more toxic way, if we didn't have that to balance, if we didn't have that as contrast to look at, then we wouldn't, the good deeds that we do wouldn't have such an effect that they have,
exactly.
Isn't it? Like it would just be a normal thing.
You need that. It's necessary because
a lot that's cultural as well, because I know that in Japan, like it's in different cultures they have different views on things, and I remember reading about this one in Japan, and they basically really are like it's a blessing for them. Like they're really happy to help people. So if someone trips over in the street, like it's for them like it's a good thing. Like they're very happy to help people because they're for them like it's good spiritual practice, right? And that's what the good book teaches. That's what many the Quran, that all of these teaches. Helping people be good energy.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's like all these books are saying the same thing here, but because it then even dissolves so deep as language, because we were talking about like the linguistics. You say this and people think they like this, and then it's like it then even boils down to like the language. You know what I'm saying? Language is very important.
That's politics.
See, but it's even deeper than that here. All right, I'll put it like this: I speak 2 languages, right? And I recognize the difference, let's say, in my own mode of operation when I think in one language or I think in another language. You know what I'm saying? I already know, like, let's say if I run into like some elders that are like from Zim, like elders.
You'll speak
like
a different way.
Do you know what I mean? I'll speak to them a different way. Even my body posture changes. You know what I'm saying?
You have like a different language. To speak.
I'm minimizing myself. You know what I mean? But when I get around my people, my peers and shit, we the same. We say And when I get around even little people, I'm even, do you know what I mean? I'm even speaking to them in a way where I'm coming down to your level. Do you know what I mean?
In your language, is it like, so I started learning Korean, like just because, fun, as you do. And you have to learn like two different languages, basically. You have to learn the phrases and the way that you speak to people who are superior to yourself. And then, air quotes, because obviously how can you judge that?
Older,
in common sense, to say people who are older than you, and that sort of thing. And then you also have like that more informal way of speaking, which is how you would speak to someone that you know. and so you have to actually learn like 2 different ways of speaking, 2 different like languages basically. So would you say that's the same for yourself?
You see, to me, it's not 2 ways of speaking. It's like, all right. For me, when I started learning English, like properly, when I came in, everyone was like talking all the time and shit. Like before, it was like, yeah, the cat jumped over the dog, and the dog did the thing with the thing. It wasn't like the complexities were never introduced to me, as it were. But like, I guess it kind of makes sense that like ever since I was born, I just like spoke this other language that was like configured this other way, and like we speak to these people a certain way, and we speak to these men a certain way. People that's younger than them, like younger than us, we speak to them man a certain way. Do you know what I mean? Like that, like it wasn't something I don't think that I have to like consciously learn. It just kind of like happened. I just knew that like, oh, when I speak to my grandma, I can't be like, hi, Madeline. Yeah, because she'll go and fucking punch the teeth out of my face. See? Right? But then when I see like the fucking, I don't know, like my cousin's kids come around, I can be like, Jack, what are you saying? Do you know what I mean? And then like with the older ones, I know that I can't just be like, oh, yeah. Do you know what I mean? I gotta be like, older bro. Older bro, I gotta first address the situation. Do you know what I mean? So like, it's just,
I like it when you form both languages. I find that really,
but then now that you can even see like where you're seeing it, it's like you understand how a language can basically be the operating system for how even somebody views society, right? Because it's like, in Shawnee, let's say for someone, I don't know, I guess things change or whatever, and things are like being different, and then like people like adopting things. But I remember when people, in fact, okay, it's more acceptable right now, to be called a hure, which is a whore basically, right? Than for you to be called dofo, which is like somebody that's like, they're just
is this
not
in your
very,
language?
Yeah.
Really, that sounded really Spanish. What was the second one?
Dofo.
What does that mean?
Which is basically like somebody that's I don't know how do I even explain it? They're not very good at school. Let's say that. They're not very good at school. Bearing in mind, school is like, at this point, like it's varied. The man said, do this and do that. It's not the same as here. I remember like when I went there for a year and shit, there was a class that I had to do that was like accounting, business and accounting.
Is it?
Bruv, listen, that man are there doing the squares on the thing, and they putting the ruler marks on the page and shit, and they doing the thing, and they're like, man's gonna make a fucking paying out book or whatever. Bruv, man's there scratching my head like, how the fuck do we have the same book, bro? Yo, let me see yours. Nah, don't worry about that. Don't look at my shit, fam. You better get your shit right, fam. I believe in you.
You got this.
Type shit.
You got this, yeah.
But it's like, it's different. The way, you see, the language is like your primary way of operating or interacting with the reality that you're seeing around you. Let's say you've been, I don't know, you got raised by wolves or something, right? And I'm like, sofa for sitting, sofa, sit, sofa, sit, right? You gonna be like, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. That shit looked like a big ass gazelle. I'm gonna take a big bite real quick. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna go down and do some dumbass shit like pull you by your neck collar and be like, "Hey, man, slap, 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 sitting, sofa, sitting."
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna do the dumbass action like a dumbass human being. Sit, sofa, sitting, sofa. Right? It's like. It's not how it works.
No.
It takes time. It takes for that dog to be able to at least have a little piece of understanding of your language.
Yeah.
I.e., they might even just hear the frequencies of what you say. Sit.
Yeah.
The dog like, "Hey man, the human said I'll sit down. I'm sit down real quick. Can I get up now? No. Okay. Oh, hey, treat. I like that. So can I get up now? Yes, sit down. Oh, shit. My bad. My fault.
Just if you could see this guy, he actually doing all these actions like he on the
Yo.
floor.
But I'm saying it's
I'm just letting you lot go, man. I'm just letting you lot go, man.
Yo, but the language is like the setting. Like the language. All right. If you never had a word for cake, yeah? I never told you nothing about no cake ever in your life. I never said nothing about no cake. But then one day, I just bring you cake, fam. Shit looked like kind of like food. I had food before. The shit might look kind of sweet. Maybe it looked sweet. It looked like one of them little fucking peach top that you know what I'm saying, that they had I brought around the time, fam. Yeah, let me try that, fam.
So, wait.
Right? Wait. This is me bringing you the cake, yeah? You eat the cake. I'm gone now, fam. I done fucked up. I'm back at my house now, fam. But now you trying to tell your other brethren that I've never had cake before about what is cake, bro.
Yeah.
Without actually letting them have a taste of what is cake. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the language is the barrier. Because, like, I can say to you now, yeah, I had a really nice spongy cake and it had, like, some jam on it, it had fresh cream, it was delicious. On the top, there was some powdered sugar, right? But that's all language, fam.
Yeah.
Imagine if I was being like to you, yo, I had this thing and it was like googly googly goo. And then, like, it had some glagly beans on it. And then it was like, topped with another glitly glagly goo. And then it had some puberty whip on the top. And then, like, when I bet it, it was good.
Yeah.
The only thing you don't take from that was like, that was good. It must have been good.
So, one thing that I do think of, because I find language really beautiful. So for me, I don't actually... Like, I really don't care when people speak languages. I work in the hospitality industry, lots of different languages going on. And I always find a lot of people who are bilingual will apologize when they're speaking their language, like as if it's like. Do you get that a lot, or why do you think that people are angry?
You know what it is? I think we, because I've been there before, and it's like. Yeah, sometimes, like, you just kind of get carried away. And again, like, the languages are the preset for how you see the reality, right? And, like, sometimes, like, there's certain things that I can't express in English.
Yeah,
and if there's somebody that's there next to me that can, like, hear how I'm trying to express it, and I need to, like, express the thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to, like, be rude or nothing.
No.
I'm just trying to express the thing.
But I just I'm just trying to think of, like, the psychology behind why.
Because it's easier for me. Like,
no. I know for you, but like, why it would be such an issue, like, obviously for people. That's the thing. Like, I always think.
Because you gotta think of like this. All right, fine. Let's say you're in an environment where you don't know anything from anything, right?
Okay,
Like we're in a nice, safe, comfortable environment. You know, I'm not gonna be like ha. some shit. Rachel, ha 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 ha. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not gonna be a thing. But imagine if, like, you're somewhere and some people's like hanging out with you or whatever, and then they just start like speaking no different language, but they're mentioning your name every 2 minutes.
Yeah,
it make you feel like, hey man, what's y'all talking about? Wait, bring me in the joke, and then they go ha ha ha, and you're like hey. So like, yeah, that's how I always try to look at it. It's like, that's why the people be like, yeah, sorry, yeah, you know what I mean? Because it's like, I've already zoomed out, like, way to the macro of, like, even how you're looking at the situation. And it's like, I wish I could explain to you why we laughed that hard about spaghetti fucking, do you know what I mean, falling on the ground or whatever. Like, I wish I could explain to you how that works, but you just never gonna laugh as hard as we did that just now, because spaghetti fell on the ground.
It is interesting. But to be honest, also you got to take into consideration that I think they did a reevaluation on the study, because originally people thought that body language is about 70% of communication, but it's not. It's only about like, I don't know, roughly 60%. They're quoting on that. But so you know when you're like ducking down and you're explaining like the story of the dog having having a dream, and you're actually doing the actions naturally. So that's actually like the actual term for that is called paralinguistic features, and it's something that we do when we communicate, because just in case someone doesn't understand what we're saying, because even accents, as we know, living in England, there are accents like literally next door to you that you cannot understand. Like, so you have to like use we naturally use paralinguistic features to communicate to people. Yeah, it really is. I studied English language as a diploma. It was really, really interesting to see. Like,
Dress, where you at with this paralinguistics, fam? Why you ain't never thinking about that shit, fam? You just let me be out. Huh?
Say that again, sorry.
I said, where you at with this paralinguistics thing, fam? Why you ain't never said nothing, fam? You just let me be out here talking, fam.
To be fair, like, when I did my degree, like, we only touched on paralinguistics like a little bit. It wasn't really something we went into. It was more so like neurolinguistics and like neurolinguistic programming. Like, it was more like psycholinguistics and like shit like that. Do you get what I mean?
Man, you don't be using that shit on me, right? He said, you don't be using that shit on me, right? Right?
It depends what you mean.
Nah, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. What you mean? You're supposed to be my virgin, fam. You ain't supposed to use magic on me, fam.
No, we naturally do it.
Nah, you ain't supposed to use the magic spells. You to learn that the Hogwarts on me, fam. Nah, you know that, fam.
I mean, I think the most... I think the most maybe magical one, I guess, out of like what I studied anyway, would probably be like the neuro-linguistic programming, where that's kind of like, in a nutshell, have you seen the film Inception?
Yeah, that shit is mad, fam.
It's like Inception with words, basically. It's just like it's like having such an understanding of not only language, but how language communes between different participants, and being able to essentially like plug ideas into people's minds, understanding cultural and societal influences. Meaning, like, when you're in London and you're walking on the street, if you look at somebody and smile, that's understood a certain way. Whereas if you go like more up north and do that, it's understood a different way. And so it'd be like using something like that to like implant an idea type shit. Like, Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you cut out. But nah, like
Uh,
it's one of those things
yeah,
with all of that stuff.
very
Like
different.
you do it
But
naturally. Do you get what I mean? Like it's language is something that we already have masterful control over. Like that's what when you study things like linguistics and shit, like that's what you learn, that we already have master level command of language. All linguistics is it just linguistics literally by definition is the scientific study of language. That's all
uh,
it is. You know what I mean?
you
And
see the wickedest things here. You see the wickedest fingers. Let's say you're just a regular geezer here. Let's say maybe you're not even just a regular geezer. You want to go and like do some kind of like a fucking some kind of vocation. You specialized in like being a electrician or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he thing like that, fam. Yeah. Yeah, we talking all this shit might not could mean anything to you, but like we get to start talking about like your bullshit about like, oh yeah, tungsten rods and fucking this and that and magnesium, this and that and ferro, this and that, theramite, this. Yeah, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, nah, that can't work because this, that, yeah. It's like the the words that you know to describe the thing that you're talking about kind of dictates the mastery that you have over that thing.
not necessarily, but I understand your point. But I do understand the point
Yeah,
you're making.
okay, no, because like, yeah, you could like, I don't know, you could be Spider-Man or whatever. You know what I mean? You still got powers. You know that like if I do my fingers like this to my palm, like a spider web gonna shoot out. Yeah, you do that shit. But then like in
But
your brain,
right, right.
in your mind, you're gonna have to figure out a way to like cue that shit in your brain to be like, oh yeah,
But
whenever I
then,
touch
but then
that thing,
that delves
so like,
more into conscious versus subconscious. That's not really a language thing at that point, because that's like saying, how does a dog know how to run and catch a frisbee all the way across an American football field? Like, do you know what I mean? That's like there's a subconscious element, and then there's a conscious element, and like again, with neuro linguistic programming and shit like that will more so I will do things consciously to trigger things in your subconscious. That's more like what that sort of shit is, because I hear you, like you writing it, but I don't think it would depend on your level of being able to articulate it through language. Would like depend on your mastery of shit. You know what I mean? Where I get the point you're making, though. I don't want to say it like
no,
it's not a valid point,
no,
but like
no, because you left ways, fam. See, your level of mastery depends on how much you understand that shit.
that's not what you
And like
said before,
more
just by the way. But go.
more time, yeah. In order for somebody to conceptualize a concept, let's say, in order for them to like visualize a concept pre it being like there in front of them, they gotta have words to describe that shit. Oh yeah, that shit around like this over here, and then like a couple of millimeters over here get like this, and then a couple of inches like this, and then get big like this, and then like go a meter like this long ways. Like it's language, fam. If you don't have those words to describe those distances exactly, you can't get that thing. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
yeah.
like you can't like make a car by being like, oh yeah, if we just like guess like this side is like 7 meters and then like this other side is like 7 millimeters, you can get a fucking triangle from it.
Okay, so if you're speaking in the pragmatic sense and the
Yeah,
like making
like
things sense, then absolutely in it. Like if you're gonna build a house, you
yo,
need to
if
have
you
language to
don't,
describe how to build that house.
yo,
But
put it
obviously,
like
the thing
this,
with
if you
life
don't
is
have
that it
words for
doesn't exist in the sense of just those tangible elements. So that's why I was saying, like, not necessarily, but if you mean just like in terms of that shit, like methodology and like precision and stuff, then yeah, absolutely. Like,
if you don't know how to articulate that shit, fam, you can't send that to nobody else, fam. You can't transmute that thought to somebody else without them being like, yo, this guy's tweaking, bro. What the fuck is he talking about, fam? Like, you have to have a full, at least, grasp on the language, yeah, so that you can start to be like, okay, this is what I saw, this is what happened, this is what it was, and this is what turned into this. And then you start breaking it down from there. But if you just like, yeah, I saw a purple fucking iron cloud, I was like beating up everybody, and then it was niggas gonna be like, yo, this nigga's tweaking, fam. What the fuck is wrong with this nigga, fam? Yo, somebody goddamn take him to the goddamn bathroom, fam. This nigga tweaking, fam, talking about a purple pink cloud beating up everybody, bro.
but again, I think the thing I'm trying to interject is like, I think to make it like simple, I guess maybe it's a better way to understand it. It's like there's the person who had the idea of the car, and then there's the person who built the car. Do you get what I mean? And I'm saying like, I think it's not because I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Like I'm with you in it. But I'm saying the only sort of discrepancy maybe is like, I do think that there is an element of human experience, human ingenuity, like innovation and shit that can supersede language. Meaning like you can have a vision of some shit like, yo, I envision some shit where we can just get somewhere really fast and and then it takes someone else with what you're saying, someone else who's able to, through language and shit, communicate how that can actually be manifested. You know what I mean? Like,
people like this, yeah. There was a geezer that had an image, yeah, of like, oh yeah, one day we could be sitting on metal things that like pull us around, and they got these things. He couldn't like say that shit. But then there was a fucking guy, yeah. He was 19 years old, Ford. He was like, yo, if you have this thing here that got like teeth like this, yeah, and then you got this other thing that got teeth like this, you stitch them bitches together,
yo, Will's sick because he's using information from a documentary that I fucking put on when we was at the crib, bro. You're a sick guy, bro.
Do you know, like that? That was actually, I've forgotten what the actual car company was, but it was the wife of the owner of that car company stole the car for the day and was like, yo, my feet are uncomfortable. I need to do something about this. And that's how the brake fucking pads are created.
But you see what I mean? It's like, yo, it takes for there to be a break in the language so that like now we all are very comfortable or like very cognizant of what is being said here. This thing goes very fast if you strap this thing with the teeth to this thing with the teeth. Oh, this thing turns like this if you strap those teeth with those teeth. Oh yeah, this thing stops very quickly when you pull this thing, but this thing has teeth that connect to that thing, that connect to that teeth, that connect to that. It's like there has to be some kind of recognition of the shit that's happening, the processes that are happening, in order for even there to be the first advancement, let's say. Somebody gotta be like,
the pedal that falls down.
Somebody's gotta be like, yeah, this is cool and everything, this pedaling thing, but like, couldn't we have something that like just pedals?
The question.
Somebody has to like get there, and it's like language always is the obstacle, because like we can't just jump to being like, yeah, flying cars. Even though we can like say flying cars and we can like conceptualize flying cars, it's like the language is fucked up in a way that, like, yeah, you can do that, but you gotta figure out how to make a warp drive, and you gotta figure out how to make an anti-gravity, and you gotta figure out how to make
Again, that's where I think it's getting convoluted though, because when you say you have to figure out, the only thing I'm trying to like put in there, pause, like, you know what I mean? But it's like, I think that someone can envision some shit, like I think Rachel just said about the wife and the break and shit. She can be like, yo, this is mad uncomfortable, and like this should be different. The person who built the car didn't see
But I
that
think,
vision. He didn't see that. But
but
someone
I
can
think,
have that thought, and then it will take someone who has the actual understanding of how to manifest that.
but then
You know what I mean?
my only issue here in this little section right here is that, like, you assume that I'm just thinking from a singularly dimensional place. I'm talking about, like, all of humanity being like, oh yeah, this thing is a this, oh yeah, this is cool,
Well,
oh
it's
yeah.
not assumption. It's like your original point was that you can't have a mastery of something if you don't have the language to communicate it. That was the original point in it.
But then,
So I'm just saying, like,
okay,
where
okay,
I understand
wait,
that, I don't
wait,
think
wait.
it's simply limited
We
to
talk
just a
about
matter of like language and
we're talking about
communication, just because there are so many
as,
other elements
as the
of
human race not
communication outside
mastered,
of language. Sure.
as the human race not mastered fucking uh, fuck, I forgot what the fucking word is.
See,
Like,
you were so eager to jump in. You were so eager to jump in. You forgot the words. Just take a second, bro. Just take a sec. Hold on. Just take a sec. Just take a sec. Just take a sec. I am not saying
yeah,
that what you're saying is wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you, and I'm not putting like a defense or a response or a retort to it. I'm adding a side note to say that it's not just a concept of mastery of language equates to mastery of craft or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's just that language tends to be the vehicle that you can manifest something through. Meaning, if I send you a track to mix, I can do all the shit that I do to it, but I have to be able to communicate to you what I want this to be and trust your mastery of craft to be able to manifest it. Do you get what I mean? Like,
or do you mean communication?
like both, but then, like, your communication is like barriered by your language. Like, as much words that you can use is what your, like, communication level is, and then that means that that's how far your language can spread.
What about
like, if you can't, like, all right, fine, we've got a word for, like, ghosts, right? Yeah, ghosts, right? But we getting further away from the shit. We getting further away.
No, it's all interesting.
nah, the ultimate thing here is, again, like, I think if we're gonna use the car analogy, like, language is the vehicle. Do you get what I mean? Like, language is the thing that allows you to essentially create vibrations, vocal, audible vibrations to your external environment to get shit done. Do you get what I mean? Whereas just the conceptualization of a thought or an idea or something that could be very intuitive, like the dude who invented the paperclip, very small example, but that was a world-changing invention when it was made. And I know, because again, I've looked at that thing like randomly one time, but the guy who had the thought of it, he just had this thought of like, yo, it would be so good if like the paper was just together. I don't know how the fuck you get that shit together. Like, but it'll just be sick if you got. And he discussed it with his friend who was like an engineer or some shit, and his friend just designed this thing, and it held the paper together. And I'm saying, like, the conceptualization of some ultimate level shit. And I know you're not saying this. I'm just adding it in to be clear to the listening audience because it's a broadcast in it. But like, the mastery of language, although it is a big barrier, doesn't have to be an ultimate barrier in regard to that shit. Do you get what I mean? Because I think there's a lot of people in the world who probably have a lot more feelings and internal shit than they're able to communicate to people. You know what I mean? People go to therapy and, you know what I mean, do all these sort of things to try and quench their internal. But if you ask them to speak about it and talk about it, a lot of people kind of struggle in terms of being able to do that. And I guess, again, to what Will's saying, that kind of adds to the point of like, yo, if you can't communicate this thing, then you can't really master it, which again, that's why I'm saying he's not incorrect. But I just think that the birth of that mastery doesn't like live and die like the,
because the mastery of this experience doesn't require for you to know language. It just requires for you to know self, right? But it's like
right.
in the parameters that we're in, yo, like if I don't know how to say like, oh shit, yeah, you hurt my feelings the time when you put ice cream on my shirt, bro. You just gonna keep putting ice cream on my shirt because you thought we was having a good time, right?
Or you're going to react in a mad way and punch man in the face because you don't know how to communicate that feeling. Like, yeah.
The fact that you keep putting ice cream on my shirt and you just lit because you think we having a good time because I might be even laughing and joking and smiling and shit. Because language, innit?
Yeah.
It's a joke. It's a good time from ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ice cream on my shirt.
But then to the other side of that, it's like there could be a certain point where man think it's all fun and games, and then you turn around and look at man, and you don't have to say a word, but man know like, aight, bro, like he don't want ice cream on his shirt no more, which isn't bound to just verbal language.
Say anything about that shit. Do you know what I mean? Because you can see that and you recognize that shit because, like, you know how you look when you mad and you done with some shit, yeah? That, like, yeah, I'm not going to deal with that shit no more. Anyhow, that shit come to man, yeah, I'm going to fuck that shit up for him. You recognize that look in man's eyes and say, you know what, yeah, let it, you know what I mean? Yeah. We got ice cream on his shirt the other time. We'll be alright. We'll be alright.
Yeah. For real.
Next time. Type shit. It's like, but then that's also language. Like you see, okay, how do you even describe that?
It's more
If you were to
empathy than language, I would say.
Concentrate that and sell
It's
that
more
as
empathy than language, though, isn't it? Because like, if I just look at you and by the look on your face, and I recognize that, because empathy, by definition, is understanding or upperstanding or innerstanding how somebody else feels. It's not to do with sympathy or nothing like that. It's just understanding how someone else feels in it. So if I can look at you and recognize that within myself, see, this is where the semantics games goes crazy in it. Because when you're saying language, and maybe I'm assuming, so tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm making an assumption that we're talking about verbal, audible language, speech.
Yeah, we're talking about verbal, audible, like, and also.
Okay. So if that's the case, then what I'm saying is like the verbal, audible language is only a percentile of human communication. And as human beings, we communicate through many other things, even things like pheromones and shit like that. Like we communicate through a lot of other things. Bro, you have spoken for the whole podcast, bro. Let someone else talk for a sec, bro. I let you go uninterrupted, bro. I let you go uninterrupted, fam. I let you talk and I let you go, fam. Yeah, I mean, so let me go for a second, bro. All I'm saying is that verbal, audible speech is not the only way for effective communication amongst human beings. And I'm not saying that you said that because you didn't say that. I'm adding what they call a caveat just for clarity for anyone listening. Because again, I think when we have certain discussions and we use certain words, we have to also be like understanding to some degree that they're understood in certain ways. Do you get what I mean? So again, like I said from the beginning, I think what you're saying is right. And I think that like without the ability to communicate certain shit through those verbal languages, like you limit your ability to see it through, for lack of a better term. Though again, the only sort of side piece I'm adding is that language isn't the be all and end all to that if we're talking about verbal, audible language. Now, if we're just using the word language as a synonym for communication, then just carry on. Do you get what I mean? If that's what it is, then just carry on what you were saying. But again, if not, then I'm just trying to make the distinction between verbal, audible language and other forms of human interaction, communication.
I'm saying like this. If I said to you, Drez, urisei mfana wangu, yeah. Unozwa kuti ndokufarira zvisingatomboite mfana wangu. Dai waiziva kuti chiga, uri mufesi wangu sei. Ungadai usingatombotaure uchitaura zvauri kutaura right now. Ungadai uri mukona wangu, muri mukona mangu, uchitonditi, yeah, no, mfana yo, utori bo, what. Imagine if I just started doing that, bro. And then I just expected you to understand what I'm saying.
Yo, Driz.
That's what I'm saying.
You'd be fucked up right now if I just responded to you with Sean, innit? You'd be fucked up right now if I just started banging that Sean and shit right back at you.
Bro,
you'd be shocked in it. You'd be shocked in it.
All this time, you never said nothing, fam.
Yeah, that's what I should do, fam. I should just learn it on the low in it, and then one day, bro, just
all I'm saying is, all right. Yeah, I don't know, like, we might have, like, gone mad far with their shit. But all I'm saying is, like, yo, the way that my mind is set, the way that my brain is set when I meet, like, people that are older than me, like, in English, I'm supposed to call them Michael or Sharon or Susan or fucking Sean or whatever. But, like, blood, these men are fucking, like, my dad's age, bro. I can't, do you know what I mean? I'm used to calling like uncle something, Mkoma something, because Mkoma means, like, big bro, you know what I mean? Or, like, older brother, you know what I mean? Like, I'm used to calling them something like that, bro. That's, like, my settings, fam. So I get around.
Call me that from now on, bro. Call me that from now on, innit? Like, fuck that, bro.
I don't know how that shit is, like, snapping my whole, like, the way that my reality works. It's like breaking that shit. Every time I call you fucking Rich at work. Yeah, my name's Rich, call me Rich. Yeah, nah, I'm fucked up over that shit, Rich. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. Because I would call you Uncle Rich, fam, if it was up to me, fam. But you don't want me to do that. Because the language makes it as if, like, our uncle's like an old nigga and he probably be fondling with the kids and shit. It's fucked up now, fam.
Jesus Christ. Fucking hell.
It's fucked now.
Gee, man went right for the juggernaut, innit? Jesus.
I went crazy, but I'm lying though. Anybody want to be called no goddamn Uncle something, fam?
0 to 1.
Yeah, don't want that shit no more, fam.
Nigga went straight to child molestation, you know what I mean? Fucking hell, bro.
Listen. Yeah. Because anybody want that shit, fam. And I don't want that shit, fam. I don't want to be goddamn involved with that shit. I'd rather you let me know how to get him and just be like, hey, you know how I be. I'm be like, yeah, I will not fuck with you no more. Yeah, at the barbecue or whatever. yeah.
But you know what, Will? To your earlier point, though, to bring it all full circle, fam, that's all perception.
But if we can't perceive each other, either way, if we all right and you fucked up and we can't perceive each other, you fucked up. Because if the rest of us all perceiving each other nice and good, and you just there, and we like, we like this guy, but we can't just, like, get, like, the whole, like, thing. And, we just don't know. You fucked up, dog. You fucking up somewhere. If everybody's...
Listen, I didn't say perception was a bad thing. I just said you have to remember that it's all perception, fam. And hey, just let it go.
Mate, I was about to let it go. I'm letting it go right now. I swear to God. Hold on.
No, man, it's this has been very interesting. This has been very interesting.
Yeah, gone. It's gone.
Oh man said he don't want to be called an uncle, bro, because the uncles be playing with the kids. Fucking hell, like.
Oh no. Nah. You see, the fucked up thing about me is, actually. I was kind of looking forward to being an uncle, but then, these kids fucked it up for me. You know what I'm saying? They made it like, it's not. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to
Speaking of uncle doing nasty shit, and that's a terrible segue, and I'm not even trying to be funny and shit.
That's a good libel.
Have you seen your boy Schofield running around? Your brethren who you was backing and shit. You seen your man's running around?
Oh, I said your brethren was backing him. Stop that.
Did you not back him, fam? Did you not back him, bro?
I ain't back that motherfucker. Why I back that motherfucker?
That's how you start narratives, innit? That's how you start podcast narratives. Like, nah, remember when you backed Philip Schofield, bro? Remember when you
pull up that episode where I backed man fam. Pull up the
bro, listen. All I remember, if I'm understand like Gunner, all I remember is I was getting ready to put man in a spliff, and Will was like, nah, bro, because you know what I mean? So, you know.
So because you decided to not put man in a spliff, it's my fault.
Hey, bro, I was ready to put man in a spliff over that shit, and you were like, nah, fam, like, because we need to wait for, you know what I mean? But it's cool. If you've not seen him running around doing the shit he's doing, then we'll leave it in it. We'll leave it alone. But yeah, I'm coming back to reiterate my shit that I said, bro. Like, I'm going back to reiterate my shit, fam. Like,
I don't.
Predatory behavior is predatory behavior in it, however you want to kind of slice it, type shit. And we'll leave it at that, you know what I mean? We'll leave it at that. But nah, guys, this has been a very fun episode. Like, I felt like a member of the audience just listening to the shit, you know what I mean? Like, this has been nice. And we don't have to finish now. I'm just giving your flowers while we're hearing it. So big up to you lot. Do you get what I mean? I don't know why this shit isn't playing.
Let me collect, dog.
There we go.
I'd rather get power. Let me collect, dog.
But yeah, man. The ultimate lesson is just let it go in it. Like, all of these takes we're so passionate about, and it's like, yeah, and you should be passionate about it. But at the same time, like, nothing really matters because we are the matter. We are the matter that creates matter in the world, innit? So all of this shit is just air until we give it life. And then once we give it life, it means something. Do you know what I mean?
Like I said, the mind creates reality. So I don't know what you dispute me about. I don't understand. But then you gotta understand. You still got like, okay, let's take it down the path. The mind creates reality. You agree with me on that?
Yes.
Oh God! Yeah. Come on, dog! Yeah. Come on! The choices that you
because you keep calling me a linguist and shit in it. The sentence that you're saying is a very vague sentence because there's a lot of potential ambiguity in the sentence. So what I'm trying to do is amass all of the ways it could be conceptualized, and then I see what you're saying.
Because my goal is for you to be like, nah, you know what? Yeah, nah, you right. Yeah, nah, you right. Yeah, you know what? Yeah,
nah, that shouldn't be your goal, bro. You should have to convince me. Nah, bro, nah. Your goal should just be to stand in like the shit that you believe in. Do you know what I mean? Like, your goal should be to convince anybody, bro. And I know you're not trying to convince me, but I'm saying, yeah, but you don't need me.
You're the wizard shit again, fam. Listen, don't do me like that, bro.
You're getting sleepy. You're getting sleepy.
I'm a muggle, fam. Don't do me like that, fam.
I'm
We out
saying,
here
yeah.
laying out the pastries and shit, fam. I'm a muggle, fam. Don't do me like that, bro. I don't know magic like
Carry on with the premise. Carry on with the premise. Your mind creates reality. We'll go with the premise in it. We'll go with the
yeah.
premise.
Your mind creates reality. The decisions that you make, yeah, are ultimately a crescendo of all the things that you think that you are / deserve. So like, I'm gonna do that. Yeah. It's
All
like
right.
it's like
Can I ask a
coming
question?
together
Can I ask a
like
question?
all the shit.
Yeah.
Can I ask,
It's
can I
like
ask a question?
Like for you to remember in that kind of word when you're in that kind of state. So,
no, I'm here right now, fam. It's great right now. I don't know what you mean, fam.
Can I ask a question? Because I just wanna delve into your mind a little bit. I just want to ask a question. So your mind perceives reality. We'll stay with that premise because it's a premise we can work around in it.
Yeah.
Is it a choice to be born?
It depends how you look at it, because there's like there's some philosophies that look at it like, oh yeah, you were chosen to be born here, and you were chosen to be like with the people that you with, and you chose the people that will be around.
Bro,
Like
fuck all of that. Book of Will, but I'm asking you, fam, because I know that you're studied and I know in it. I'm just asking you on the basis of your premise. And again, there's no right or wrong answer. I'm just asking you on the basis of your premise, your mind creates reality.
Yeah.
Is it a choice to be born?
Yes. I'll say that. Yes, it is.
All right.
And then, all right. I'll carry on here and say that as soon as that moment of you being born is like it's happening, it's like you being in the casino game, fam. Do you know what I mean? Like all the lights are happening, everything's happening, the fucking the you pull it and then it spins and then it spins and it spins. Like all that shit is happening, fam. It's like the lottery of life, yeah, is just running around you, fam. At the times where you can't perceive, at the times where you can't perceive that shit, yeah, it's like it doesn't mean anything to you, fam. Yeah, the lotteries of life, but like I'm 3, fam. I want to ride this big wheel. I don't know what you're talking about, fam. I want to get on this bike with 3 wheels and like push and see if I can like get it swing around, fam. You know what I'm saying? But then you get to like, let's say, hold on, don't let me learn. Okay, go ahead.
You say you be born here. Just think about it here, right? During the whole like birth process, yeah, you the sperm that got there, innit? So you actually chose to be born.
Yeah, but man,
you
that's if you think about it. That's if you think it. See,
exactly the way that you are right now.
Because you haven't conceptualized it the way that I conceptualized it. That's why when he asked me the question, he was like, "You specifically, what do you think?" Because like we could go to all of us and ask each other what we all specifically think, and all the shit plays out much differently. We all given out much
that
different.
Might be interesting though. That might be interesting to get each of your different answers on that. Like that might be interesting. But from you, Will, I'm asking you right now.
From my understanding, or from what I've seen, and from just my, like, if I'm to look to my own like senses, I'm not like looking to like other people telling me shit. I'm not like looking at other people being like, oh yeah, this. Like I'm looking at my own senses. Yeah, it's like all this shit is not what it is, fam. All this shit is not what it is, fam. It's really much more to do with the mind, because I can tell you for 1,000%, yeah. I can tell you for 1,000%, yeah. But like the baseline of how I feel is not the same as how I felt in Primrose. Like the baseline of how I, like now times I got.
You have to land this plane, by the way, bro. You have to land this plane. I'm just letting you know. You going up and up and up, but the runway is coming up, bro. You have to land this plane, fam. So remember to land the plane.
I'm gonna say it like this. Like, yeah, I'm even bring it down some low latitudes or whatever. And we're going to get back to the basic premise of what I was saying, what I've been saying this whole show. Is like, yo, you see what your mind perceives and how your mind perceives shit to be is how it is, fam. But then your perception, or at least your understanding of your perception, is predicated upon what you know or what you have seen or what you've experienced. And if you've experienced more words to be able to actually explain what you're trying to like convey, yeah, because like a thing could be a thing in my head, but if I could like speak a thing and make you understand it so that like it's a thing in your head as well, now it's a different thing, fam. And now me and you both have a goal, a common goal, a fixed, like a common outcome that we're trying to achieve. Because you've understood what I'm trying to say. I understood what I'm trying to say. And now we're building together towards this thing. It's like the language is always the bridge. There's no togetherness without that shit. Yeah, we can be cool and shit. And like, you know what I'm saying? I might not mean no harm and you might not mean me no harm. Yeah, we'll exchange some little this and we'll do some little this. But like until we come to an accord, right? Let's say, oh, the weather turned mad, the rain's fucking going mad. Yeah. Me and you have to now figure out a way where we can build shelter together, fam. Like until there's an event like that, yeah, we just outside each other's understandings, fam. Yeah, we cool with each other and shit. Yeah, gifts this, gift that. Yeah, you mind you. Yeah. Boom, smud this, smud that, handshake this. Yeah, cool, fam. But until we come to that like point where it's like, oh yeah, it's Christ, fam, we gotta be safe. You know what I mean? It's like, but the language is the bridge, fam. It's like, yo, imagine if right now, yeah, there's like you live in a place where they only speak Spanish. Wait. You live in a place where they only speak Spanish, yeah? Boom, just Spanish, fam. There's a hurricane happening, it's sweeping through the motherfucker, fam. And then fucking Hector from downstairs come up and be like, hey, some words for you, words for you, windows. Bruh, all you heard was boards, windows. Yeah, my G. Yeah. Please, fam, if you got that, fam. Yeah, please, if you got that, fam. Now you're understanding each other based on some shit that's happening, fam. You understand? It's like the language is always gonna be the bridge, because the bridge there is that like he had to say some shit that you would understand so that you'd be like, oh yeah, shit. Actually, he mean this. Oh, but then I get what he's saying. Yeah, me too. Yeah, and now y'all working together to goddamn put some motherfucking boards on your windows, fam. The bridge, fam. Whereas before, he'd have been speaking Spanish, he'd have been speaking English. Brother, I don't know what you're talking about. You don't get my friend, you don't get it. Like, bro, I don't know what you're saying to me right now, fam. Window, my friend, window,
Oh my god.
por favor, window. Brother,
Yo,
listen,
what
I
is the
don't
reference for that
know what
Spanish
you're
voice, by the
saying
way?
to me
What is the reference
right
for that
now,
voice?
bro.
Like,
You're
where did
saying
that
bad
voice come
things. I
from?
feel a bit threatened, yeah. Next time you say something, I'll punch you in your face. Hey, por favor, bow! You
Oh
punch
my
man
god.
in your face because he's trying to get you to help him, to help you put some rims on your shit so that y'all can live the storm, fam. No understanding. Because y'all didn't
Okay.
have that. Y'all
So
didn't have that
do you not
built
think that
language.
two people who might speak a different language would be able to find a way to communicate if there was a fucking
Yeah,
tornado
I'm
coming or
not
something?
saying that. I'm not saying that they wouldn't be able to find that bridge because, like, yo, that bridge is infinite, just like we are. Fam. But like,
Right.
I'm saying, in an emergency situation, you're not thinking infinitely. You're thinking right now. Fam. Yo,
Right.
brother,
Right.
there's a fire upstairs. Help, man. Fuego. Yeah, ¿dónde está fuego? ¿Dónde está fuego? And now you're like, yeah, the fire's upstairs. ¿Dónde está okay, fuego, say, please say, up. Now he trying to figure out what the fuck up is, fam. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the language is always the bridge, yeah, that will help us to manifest anything quicker, fam. And like, bro, I don't know how many times I told you, fam, the bridge that we use is not like, it's not the safest bridge, fam. It's not the safest bridge, dog.
Okay. Okay. I can hear that. Because what I'm getting from what you're saying, even though I feel like you made a point and then disagreed with your point and then used the disagreement to prove your point, which is still interesting, isn't it? I'm still rocking with it. Fuck that. I'm
I
still
ain't
rocking with it.
disagree with myself. I disagree with myself.
Okay. Again, I think we've rehashed this too many times in it, but fuck it. Your original point was, and this is before the your mind creates reality thing. Your original point was like language is the bridge in it, but in language being the bridge, people can communicate in other ways, but it's not as effective. So
I
language is
feel
the
like
bridge.
you picked a piece. I feel like you picked a piece and was like, yeah, that's what man's trying to say.
Bro,
Yeah,
I can't repeat
no,
every single word that you said in it. You was talking for a minute in it. Like I can't repeat every word. I'm just like sufficing the shit. And again, I'm saying maybe that's how I'm perception. Maybe that's how I'm perceiving it.
man.
But I'm
Listen,
still rocking
man.
with what you're saying though. I'm still rocking with what you're saying. I just the only interjection I've had this whole time, and we've done this like 3 times, so we don't need to do it anymore. But like the only interjection I'm putting in is just to say language is a bridge and maybe the main bridge, but it's not the only bridge. That's the only interjection I've put in this whole time.
Mine.
So if it's coming across like I'm saying, like,
Language,
nah, language isn't a bridge, then
because then language becomes like lots of things. Okay, communication. If I say
right.
communication, like you asked me
Which
to,
I asked you before, and you were like, nah, bro, language, you fuck nigga, like language, bro. I
but
was
then,
like, alright, sorry for alright, sorry
but then,
for
okay. Think about it like this, right? Think about it like this, right? Again, let's say you go to Italy today, yeah? Everything there, where you are in Italy is nice, it's perfect, beautiful, mwah, mwah, yeah, mwah. Until y'all gotta get some food, fam. Excuse me, hey, Mr. Nice guy outside the restaurant. Excuse me. No, I just want to. Hey man, what the fuck is this my own shit these motherfuckers be talking about? Let me Google that shit real quick. That's shit. Man, I know these motherfuckers ain't calling me a shit. But then what he actually is saying is like, yo, what he's actually saying is like, fucking hell, bro, another one of these fucking English youths that come round here talking about fucking, yeah, let me have spaghetti bolognese. Shit's sake, bro. I know he ain't calling me a piece of shit. Maron. I know he ain't calling me. Language barrier, y'all lost each other. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, it could definitely be a massive barrier. It can definitely be a massive barrier. Like, definitely.
Again, I'm not saying that that's gonna be like, oh yeah, niggas ain't never gonna be able to look at them face or whatever. It is what it is. But it's like we've spoken about this even before. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yo, all right, when let's say even in patois, yeah, there's a certain way that you speak to people that are older than you. And there's a certain way that you speak to people that are around the same age as you or younger than you.
Yeah.
There's a differentiation.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a certain way that you speak to people, let's say like in my thing here. Like there's a certain way that I look at like my mum's older brother that like he's like the guy from he's like the upper guy from and then he like her little brother's like oh yeah he's you know what I'm saying cool and shit you know what I'm saying he that nigga and shit whatever but like he's not my man in it
right
you know what I mean like there's even in like how we speak to each other or how I address man there's like it's there's like frequencies of how I should like project to people.
Right.
If that makes sense. If that makes it.
No, I get you.
There's frequencies of how I should like project to people. Yeah. And like yeah, I don't know. I just feel like English is very like monotone, dog. Hi Janet, hi Jill, hi Jack, hi everybody. Yeah, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not like, oh, actually, Jill is fucking 62 and I should be calling her Mama Jill. You know what I'm saying? Actually, Jack is 42. I should be calling him Uncle Joe. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's not that, like, thing that separates people on a like a on a
I get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you
level
mean.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no like that thing. Like, cause bro, there's gays at my workplace. Yeah, I call them by their first name. I'll be like, yeah, Sean, yeah, cool. Bro, this guy's like fucking 60 years old, cause he got damn a little bit younger than my old man thing. I called this nigga by his first name, bro. That shit fucked me up inside, fam. I'm going liable. Cause it's like it feels like I'm calling my old man by his first name, bro.
His name, yeah, and it just feels wrong in it, like.
But coding, fam, engineering, you see, it's like the language that was already preset in my shit. Just tell me like, yo, you can't call these man by the first name, bro.
Yeah.
Even though more time I have to override it and just call him by his first name. Sean, what you saying? but like everything inside is just like, yeah, nah, my boy, yeah, nah, you shouldn't do that, dog. That's crazy. You caught him short 3 times this morning, my boy.
Right. Type shit. Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear that, man. I think it's like it's culture manifesting through language and that point in it, because like you said, in your culture, that's just that's a standard, that's a norm, that's not even something to be discussed or questioned. It just is what it is.
Yeah, but it's like built into the language. See, this is my
That's what I'm
thing
saying. Yeah,
about
it's culture
language.
manifesting
But I
through
mean,
language,
it's
innit?
like, because like it goes deeper than the culture. It's like even if I see your old lady, fam, she's just go go. Go go is like grandma.
Right.
Like if I see a young nigga that look, you know what I'm saying, like he got family and shit, you know what I'm saying? That's Korma. Do you know what I mean? If I see a geezer with his hair, he going grey and shit, Sekuro, that's uncle. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's built into the language, and then the language builds the perception. Do you know what I mean? Because even when I look at my peers, there's certain things that I look at and be like, yeah, do you know what? Yeah. You'd actually kind of be like Bamkoro, which is like kind of mad, but yeah, like fuck, Bamkoro. How do you explain that one, Bamkoro? You'd be like, alright, fucking hell. Like if your old man died, yeah, your Bamkoro would be like your dad's oldest uncle, and
Okay.
then he would be like your dad from then, basically.
Right.
And then there's Bamnini, which is like the reverse of that. Like, yeah, if your dad died, you'd be like his, like, yeah, he'd still be your old man, but like lesser ranking than like the older brother type shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's like a whole thing that's like built into the language, which makes me, even when I'm at my workplace, be like, nah, I don't like calling you Sean or fucking Michael. You're a grown man. You like my fucking dad's age. I'm calling you goddamn. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Chris. I don't like that. I don't know. Thanks. I don't know.
But it's
I
like
have
the
to do
cultural
that shit
difference
trying
is
to
like,
override that bitch. And
because
just
the
be like,
cultural difference is like when you say that to them, they almost take it like not a diss, but it's like, nah, bro, like I'm not an uncle, fam, or I'm not a, you know what I mean? Like,
man's not all like that, bro. Man's not all like that, bro. Yeah, don't be calling me sir, man. Yeah, I don't like that. This shit make me feel old. Nigga, you old than a motherfucker.
but then
Fuck
you get
you
into
talking
like age politics and stuff, though, innit? Like then you get into the whole thing
Yeah,
of how
see,
different people
all
view
that
age and
bullshit,
shit. Like,
all that bullshit, fam. Yeah, see? Nah. Again, like, I don't know, fam. Like, I just think, from me personally observing the reality from two different perspectives that are very. Okay, I'll say two different perspectives that are based on two very different systems. Like those perspectives work very different systematically.
right.
The language really, like, okay, even if okay, I'll say it like this: the language dictate. The language is in an infinite loop with the culture, right? The language dictates the culture, but then the culture dictates the language, right? It keeps like infinitely looping together like that. So it's like
And
we
that's it. And
can't.
I guess maybe that's back to your original point in it of just how like language is the bridge in that sense, because language usually will intersect with culture and shit, and culture will usually then even like you like slang and colloquial terms and stuff in it. It's the same thing. Like culture will dictate and create language in front of itself, type of shit. Like, yeah, no, I hear you, man. Again, I was never disagreeing with you, you know what I mean? But you gotta stop podding on me and shit. But like,
Yeah,
I hate you. I hate you.
I'm still putting on me shit. You the one that did that shit to me about 40 minutes ago. I was like, God damn, I didn't even know how to do all this shit, fam. I thought these niggas was going, fam, and now I'm here. Like, yeah, I thought I was just gonna, like, shoot my little bucket and, like, go back to the baseline, fam.
Oh no, bro, you've been up court, fam. Now you've been up court, like demanding the ball, fam. Like demanding the ball. Like your teammate be like, "You're open."
Man,
You be
that's
like,
all I
"Nah,
was,
I've
yeah,
got the
nah.
basket, bro." Like you're storming the basket, bro. But nah, sometimes you
Yeah,
gotta
I
play like that
thought I
for
was just
that,
like
bro.
getting the shot from
Sometimes you
five
gotta
and
play like that,
get
innit?
back.
Like
You know what I'm
when you
saying?
have those games, you gotta storm the basket in it. So I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I've tried to just get out of your way and let you storm in it.
I know I'm not the owner of this game from today. This game from that's
High court press in it. High court press. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not
But
the
nah,
one.
to be fair, I'll say we did it though. We did it again. You know what I mean? Like,
Listen, I think we even gave them. Did we give them five today, fam? Yeah, now we put them up with
uh,
five today.
it's 4.5, really. 4.5.
Oh, should
I
we
mean,
just
if you
like?
got some more shit that you want to get off, we can take them to
We
5 if you
go
want.
off
If you
for
got some more
another
shit.
half an hour. Hold on. I did got one more thing I want to say. I ain't even from the front. I ain't from the bullshit. Hey, listen. Alright, I put it like this. Everything is so fucked now, fam. Everything is so like ting. And it's so close to all just like being revealed and unraveling here that they were like, hey, Elon, we know that you like be busy and shit and be doing things and like sending things to space or whatever. But we just thought like if you were like about and shit. And man's like, yeah, about for what? And they were just like, yeah, we trying to further humankind or whatever. Yeah, we about. Man's like, oh yeah, that's what I'm about, fam. Yeah, I'm about that, fam. Yeah. They're like, oh, you ever like fought before? One time, a guy tried to like touch me, whatever. I punched him in his face. I was like, yeah, I'm that. Yeah, you piece of shit. Yeah. Yeah, have some of that, you little piece of shit. Pap. Yeah. Ah, cool. So you have fought before. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's beautiful. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna need you to like be in a fight with somebody. Wait, what you mean in a fight with somebody? Like I said, I just punched the guy. I don't even know if it was a real guy. He might have just like been a kid that was bringing the groceries in or whatever. Like, what the fuck? What you mean in a fight with him? They're like, yeah, nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Elon. It's Mark Zuckerberg. We're gonna have you fired. He said, huh? Mark who? Oh yeah, nah, I've been waiting to punch him in his Ross. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Man's ready right now, fam. Yeah. Man's gonna give him a swift right knee to the chin, fam. You know what I'm saying? And then I hit him with the left swat to the, man's gonna fuck him up, fam. Yeah, so once that's happening, oh yeah, we just have to get him to agree also, fam. And basically, that's what's happening, fam. They're having a cage fight, fam.
Who, Mark Zuckerberg and Elon?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
In what way, though? Like in what way?
Bruh, I don't know, dog. All I know is, yeah, they're fighting at the cage. That's why I heard.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I would need to do more research because I don't know anything between them, so I would need to go away and like get informed type shit. But I can keep my eye out for that.
I thought that, right? Right? And I was like, probably just rich motherfucker shit from.
Because I feel like Facebook, Twitter now, I guess, and like Instagram and them, like they've worked in some kind of tandem. Like obviously Elon bought Twitter and shit, and like the Twitter and Instagram audience is different, and obviously Facebook on Instagram and shit. And I feel like even those times where there's like the Instagram outage and everybody runs over to Twitter, and the Twitter people are like, oh, all the Instagram people are here now. Like it's definitely like a different community. So I've not come across myself like anything between Elon and Zuckerberg. I mean, I could definitely see, or I could definitely envision that they could have some beef about some shit. I could definitely envision that, but I've not come across anything that's like.
I just have to trust streets, fam. You know what the trust streets feel like.
Fair enough. But I mean, it feels like they're playing two different games though, man, because Elon sells product. You know what I mean? Like, I think once you're in the product game, like it's different. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's even about that, fam. I just think that, like, I don't know, just rich nigga shit, and like, he's bad, fam.
Yeah,
like, you can't beat me in boxing. Like, what? Are you fucking mad? Wait,
but then they would both need to compete in boxing. You know what I mean?
You fucking man. You know what? Yeah, let's make it a cage match, bro. Yeah, man's gonna fuck you up. But you know what kind of jiu-jitsu man I got around me? And then Mark Zuckerberg there, like, I hear that still, but like, I got my guys there. You know what I mean? Like, my guys was like near Mike Tyson the times there. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, they sold some bunch of shit, and they, you know what I'm saying? And Elon's like, that's cool, but like, I'm with the money team, you know what I'm saying? Man's there with the Mayweathers and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, listen, I don't know what you're saying, but you're gonna get knocked out from December the 1st.
That would sell, you know. That would sell, by the way. That would sell.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
Even if it was just for the internet to meme the fuck out of it and troll the fuck out of it, but that fight would definitely sell. Elon versus Zuckerberg. Like, that would sell. And that would be worldwide news. Like, that would be news across the world. Like,
hey, man, you should get out of the rain. It's raining. I'm watching that.
And you know that they would like meme the fuck out of that, innit? Like, there would be so many memes, fam.
More time, fam. More time.
So I'll tell you what, fam, even back to the beginning of the pod and shit, we talk about that whole submarine thing. I'll tell you what, man, like, the social things can be really annoying and really like, oh, what the fuck is this? But I'll tell you what, man, when some shit like this happen, bro, like, some of these motherfuckers is hilarious, you know, brother, because it's like some of the shit and the memes and the tweet and like some of this shit is just pure comedy gold, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, some of these shits these motherfuckers put together, like, it's like, rah, that's so quick to have thought of that type shit. It's like, yeah, man, it's because there's a community in there, innit? Like, all of these things it's community. And like, to what you just said, well, not just said, but what you were saying before about like language to bridge and stuff. Like, I think even language has spectrums to it, to exactly what you were saying about how you speak with like people when you're speaking Shauna, as opposed to how you speak to people when you're speaking English and stuff. It's like there's spectrums to language, and language, even in the same words and letters and forms, can exist in so many different ways in it. Like it's interesting stuff, man. It's interesting stuff. Like, again, having studied linguistics and that, like, when you just kind of delve into this stuff, it's like, it's just very interesting because it gives you an insight. Ultimately, it gives you an insight into human behavior. That's really what the thing is. And linguistics just looks at how language is formed by human behavior and how language forms human behavior, because it's an infinite loop, you know.
Oh, so you know what I'm saying, fam. So you out here goddamn twisting me around like a goddamn pretzel and shit. Yeah, me to run around in these little fucking hamster loops and shit. But you know what the fuck I'm saying.
Hey, bro, we have to get to 4 hours, fam.
You
You know?
don't hold that shit, fam.
we have to get to 4 hours, bro. You know what I mean?
You don't hold that shit, fam. Yeah, that's fucked up, bro. Yeah, because you know what I'm trying to say, but you got me out here running.
Why is it fucked up? Why? Because I got you to express in a passionate way. That's a fucked up thing. Do you want me to apologize for that?
Nah, but you got it. What's the
Put him right up against a verbal wall. You see? Language, bro. Language, fam. Because he can't disagree with that. You know what I mean? Like, language, fam. You know what I mean? Oh my god. Oh no, this has been fun, man. This has been fun. Thank you guys very much. I feel like everybody else is falling asleep in it, but that's usually the way.
Everybody else, one by one, started peeling off. John is sitting there, but I don't know if he's still, yeah. Oh yeah, nah, he's still there, but like, yeah, he's still there, and
it's what, 4 of you up there now?
it's 2 of us at the moment. But yeah, we'll just say
in the
one
yard. I
of
mean,
us at
like
the moment.
in the crib. I mean, like in the crib.
In the crib, yeah, we'll just say 2. We'll just say 2. We'll just say 2. 1.5 plus a half. Yeah, we'll just 2.
Man said 1.5 plus a half. You know. Mags is there, right? He's in the crib somewhere, right?
There's still 0.5.
Nah, I'm not gonna ask him to speak. I'm not gonna put him on the thing. Don't worry. Like, I know in it. Like, he's probably like zombie shit.
He's somewhere over there struggling with the TV, fam. Like, he alright, fam. Don't worry about him, bro.
And Johnny's somewhere, right?
Yeah, he right here, fam.
Yeah, he's there.
He right
There's
there.
yourself. You're on the broadcast, and then Rachel. Is Rachel still there? She gone?
Oh no, Rachel's gone, fam. Hey.
Oh, okay.
See, if Rachel was here, I would have said 275 for him. Nah, it's still 2 for him.
So between the 3 of y'all, it's 1.5, yeah?
Nah, between the 3 of us is 2 for him.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Nah, to be fair, we did it, man. We did it. It was a very interesting episode that I'm definitely going to speak to you about offline. Like, very interesting, and it's yeah, very interesting. But
very I didn't expect that myself. I thought
now you started balling out, fam. Now it's good, bro. Like, you know what I mean. Sometimes the coach got to taunt his player a little bit to get his player to ball out a little bit. So even when the player's playing really well, the coach got to be like, nah, bro, you playing shit, fam. You're not even doing that good, you know what I mean? So he go out there and start kicking ass on a different level, you know what I mean? So it's all good, you know what I mean? But,
yeah, but the only problem is I took it to a different level. I started talking about some motherfucking reality waffles and shit, fam. Motherfuckers is like, fuck is you talking about?
You definitely start floating away. like you
thinking about
definitely
shit,
start floating away.
and then
Like,
the
yeah.
shit did this, and then reality
And
won't
like
fuck
your
like
thing
you
and
know,
your
and
thing
this
as
shit
well.
will
And I've this is gonna be part of the title of the pod for this episode, isn't it? But like your wait, fam, like your wait is so it's
Man,
so
I couldn't even
hilariously bad, fam.
say
Like,
the top of this shit, fam. I was like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out a way so I can like say something real quick, like wait, yeah.
because I promise you, yeah, if you listen back to this ep, fam, when you hear yourself say all the waits, you're gonna be like, I don't like how that sounds. And
Or am
I
I
think it's
gonna be like,
hilarious. I think it's
wait,
fucking hilarious in it. But like,
damn, things will let that
as an
motherfucker.
audio experience, you have to find a different way, bro, because we'll just start going, no, wait, no. It's like, yo, bro, like, fam, just take a breath in it. Like we'll start going crazy, fam. We start going crazy in a bucket, fam. You know what I mean? Like, oh, man.
That's
But
just
nah.
that trying to the rebalance on it. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, bro.
So, yeah.
This is at least a triple double, fam. This is
A
at least a
little bit
triple
of
double, bro.
aggression. You know what I'm saying? I gotta throw the elbows a little bit. Wait,
Yeah.
motherfucker, wait. That's my
Ron
move.
Artest shit in it. Some Ron Artest shit, like.
Let me that shit to just real quick. Oh yeah, let me just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Um,
Wait, motherfucker. Wait. My boy. Yeah, just have that stuff.
nah,
Yeah.
it's good, man. Sometimes you gotta throw elbows, bro. You know what I mean? And I think ultimately, like, all jokes aside, I think like just the different directions the conversation took today was just interesting in it. Like, I think it was it's different, which my OCD was struggling with, but hey, like I've been saying the whole episode, fam, you just gotta fight through the shit. Do you know what I mean? So now we'll definitely have a conversation about it, man. We'll definitely have a conversation. But this has been fun. This has
Yeah,
definitely been
nah,
fun.
I want to talk to you about some other things, but yeah, nah, we'll talk.
Yes, we do. To be fair, we do
I
talk
got
about.
till Monday, yeah, so whenever you feel like it, holla at man.
Yeah, to be fair, I should be about like the weekend and that. I'm sure that you man are gonna wake up at like 7 in the evening or some dumb shit. Do you get what I mean? So I'll probably shout you tomorrow evening.
I'm be probably up around like, yeah, fuck it. I ain't even gonna say that shit, fam. Yeah, I
Exactly.
might probably be
See,
sleeping for that time, fam. I'm not even gonna lie.
language, bro. You see.
Yeah, language, fam. It's very important, fam. Yeah, because if I tell you, you're gonna be like, why your ass wasn't up when the sun was right here? I'm like, man, I was asleep, nigga. But the sun was right here, and you said when the sun right here, you gonna wake your ass up. Yeah. I meant to, but then you see what had happened was, oh, doctor.
Just like that, innit? But now we'll talk anyway. And we'll get some things sorted out. Like that'll be fine. That'll be fine.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
shit, man. Big up to all the podcast listeners. Big up to everyone who's still here. You know what I mean? We appreciate you.
Hit the buttons for them niggas come one time, huh?
Yeah. Big up to everyone that's tuned in and listened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make sure you go to the YouTube page. Yeah, all jokes aside, make sure you go to the YouTube page and you subscribe to the YouTube. I see y'all each and every week. I see y'all. You go and you're listening to the shit, and we fucking appreciate it. You know what I mean? Like we appreciate the shit. You know what I mean? So if you want to support the man them and support what we doing in that, make sure you go to that YouTube, subscribe to that, and help us build that even further. Do you know what I mean? But big up to all the listeners on stereo. Big up to all the listeners on YouTube. Obviously, you can follow the socials and all them sort of thing there. You know what I mean? We got to get all the promo in on the pod because we don't do any other promo. Like we bougie and shit. Do you get what I mean? But nah, I want to send a special thanks to Rachel. You know what I mean? Big up to Rachel who gave a lot of like really good insight and some good takes on the pod today. I want to say a very, 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 very special shout out to my guy Johnny, bro. You know what I mean? Who again, look how the universe works, innit? Look how the universe works. And on the 2-year episodic anniversary of the shit, look how everything lines up, you know? Which is why it was very important for me to just kind of let the episode be and let it just be what it is type shit. So now we want to say a special shout out to Johnny. We can finally say his name on the pod again, or I can. Do you get what I mean?
Hey, man.
And fuck that. We still have a storyline to play out, bro. But I'm gonna say no more in it. You know what I mean? But,
Hey, listen. I'm gonna say it like this, guys. I become in conversation of like what yours plans is. Yeah, I'm straight. I'm just a spectator, dog. I'm like, yeah. I'm gonna like root for one side and be like, what a piece of shit. I'm rooting for the other side and be like, what a piece of shit.
well,
Yeah. I'm like
if
the intermediate.
if me and Johnny do our jobs correctly, then you won't be able to do that.
It's gonna be fucked up because I'm gonna be flexing every show and be like, the motherfuckers did that shit. Left arm, crossover, right arm.
Just flip flop, like
nigga did that shit. And then next week it's gonna be the other way around. Right arm, crossover, left arm, shit. The next day
man
that
says
shit.
crossover left. Man said crossover.
Yeah, it's about to be like that, fam. Yeah.
Aye, we've said too much already, so stop. Stop. This has been episode 104 of the
What happened to the... Hey, man. Hold on, dog. Hold on. 2 seconds. Oh, no, maybe not Lucifer, but I don't know what his name is and what it says.
Now, play him.
Should I play it?
Yeah.
I'll play it. I'm playing.
Hey, my people. Hey, my people. What's good with you? Long time no talk. I haven't been on here for a minute. I came back feeling better than ever. I feel more open-minded. I don't want to see what's up with the progress with all your progress.
You lost the sentence a little bit at the end, but we fuck with you, bro. We fuck with you.
Yeah,
That's fine. Don't ever worry about it, fam. It's just language, innit? It's language, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we ain't finna play that nigga message. I don't know what the fuck he talking about, but yeah, nah, we straight.
That was the guy with the voice in it. Pause. Jesus.
Yo, shit, yeah. He was like, hey, man, it's cold, nigga. And he was like, yeah, I'm I said, hey, man, chill out, man. You ain't got to say all that. Yeah, all that shit. Yeah, I remember that nigga. Yeah, it's good.
Listen, peoples, if you want to get more content like this, that's unscrambled and chaotic like this, from make sure you subscribe to this shit. You know what I mean? We're 104 episodes deep. That's the 2-year episodic anniversary. We're gonna make some more fucking noise for that. You get what I mean? We're still here, still kicking, still fighting. You know what I mean? We appreciate the journey, the wins, the losses, all of that. I'm not gonna give a Grammy speech. Just we appreciate all y'all that have been fucking with it. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, just continue to watch this space, continue to do the shit, and yeah, man, big love to you.
Yeah, we out here, man.
I'm gonna ask you,
Yeah, go on, please.
No, I was gonna say mute up in it. I'll play the shit and we get out of here. But if you got something to say, then
yeah, let me mute up, bro.
Yeah. Woo. Hey, shout out to Secret Life of Will. Dreams OnlyMans podcast. Yeah. OnlyMans podcast. Man, this shit for real. Woo. Hey. Man, this shit for real. OnlyMans podcast. Say that shit for real. For real. Man, that shit too real. Only Man Podcast, talking about some man shit. Ain't nobody playing around. These niggas like Marilyn Manson. Damn, man, my diamonds be dancing. Talking about investments, romance. Man shit, yeah. Man shit, yeah. None of that he say bullshit. Whoa. Man shit, yeah. Man shit, yeah. Hey, real man in demand, bitch. Hey. Only
This has been episode 104 of the
Yeah,
OnlyMans
man.
podcast.
It
Big
has been
OM
for
pod.
sure for me.
It has been
Yes,
for
sir.
sure, for sure, for sure. My brother, I appreciate you. I love you, man. And until we next speak again, yeah?
Always from all the same, my bro.
Alright.
Every
All you,
time.
man, bless up, yeah?
Bless my
Will,
bro. Yeah, guys, kiss
broski.
me now. These niggas asleep.
Alright, broski. Peace, love, and blessings, man. Peace.
Peace.
Alright, bro.